let me boop the recording button then. Oh, Matt, do you have Tailspire?
I don't. I can probably get it by mid next month.
Sick. Don't worry about it, and also if you want help buying it, let me know.
I shouldn't. I'm like, money is fine when I get paid, but I don't know if I'm getting paid this Thursday or not because I was off with COVID for 2 weeks, and I don't know if I'm getting paid for that or not.
I
So
mean, you
That's
should
fun.
be able to. I mean, if they aren't, then fuck 'em.
Yeah. It's not going to be a big deal, especially for this week.
Yeah, I saw that
Hannah?
message. Yeah.
So
At least you should be at least getting like 5 days at least.
Hannah, I'm gonna DM you real quick.
Oh, okay.
but I figured it'd be fun as a backdrop and also as a music engine. Oh, you won't be able to hear the music.
I'll just supply my own. That's
okay. Awesome. I do actually have playlists if you're interested. On like Spotify. Here, I'll just drop the one that I've been using for like writing. It's not as long as I would like. But I mean, you can loop it, so.
Yeah.
I sent it.
Do they want both?
I don't know. Which is the worst bit.
I'll send both. Just so they can have.
Alex will be very happy.
Right. This is.
I was very proud of
so much better, like super big.
I was proud of these paintings. I was really
good.
like.
These are good.
They are very good.
I posted like a screenshot of like just all our characters on the bottom to Sal and Alex, the other 2 players in my campaign, eventually. And Alex immediately goes, "Can I ask for the Loka picture? I love it."
So cute.
That's
so I'm sending it. So I'm so glad Loka has 1 fan so far.
Number 1 Loka fan.
There will be more. Don't worry.
There will. Peshmina's number 2.
I'm already reserved that I'm gonna be last. It's cool. I'm just already ready for it. Alex immediately just put "I love" with like 5 ellipses. We got 1.
Baby.
What a powerful look.
There we go. Now I can have my little stream open while also looking at my notes.
That's important.
The biggest downside of Tailspire is that I have to sacrifice a whole monitor to it.
Yeah,
basically.
that's my thing right now. I can't have Discord open and then also not Roll20, D&D Beyond.
Like I said, it's not super important today, so if you just want to watch the stream, that's completely fine.
I might do that.
And you can also grab the D&D Ambiance playlist.
I mean, I just have it in the back anyways. Like, I have the actual app open,
That's
so
fine.
I can hear it.
Sick.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the funny table as well.
The good table.
Please. I want to use it immediately.
You know, we'll see what kind of mischief you get into.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun with this character.
Where'd my funky little stream go? Why do you do this, Discord?
Oh no.
I pinned it to the top for a reason. Why isn't it being pinned to the top?
Time to look through everything I had already just to make sure I'm not missing anything in particular.
Nope.
Oh, that's why. I see. Okay. Okay, that's not actually gonna work. Alright, cool, whatever. It's fine. I'm not worried about it.
I'm having the same issue that you are, Cole, because I have 4 windows open. No, 5 windows open, and I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I have 3.
It's too many is the real answer.
Yeah.
Doing a little.
I really
setup.
hate that you're just gonna see my Steam name in the recording.
It's very small. Don't worry. We won't have to worry.
I know, but like it's just I can see just it. I'm so glad it gets cut off too.
Yeah, it's very fun. Well,
That's the best part of it.
it's not on a background, right? So it just overflows around
no,
either
it does.
end.
Yeah, it does. Because it's such a long one.
Which is very funny. All right, let's get switched over. Actually, I can do my little spiel first, I guess.
Dude, nice. Alright, mute time.
It's not particularly long. And it's not written out. And we've got bullet points, like always. Welcome to Mirage, a lovely little desert oasis town. Business is booming. It is sun up on the morning of the Festival of Glittering Sands, and there are a vast number of people in the town for what is normally a pretty quiet village. As for the time of the festival, we have lots of visitors coming in. Folks from Althra, folks from other desert oasis towns, even some folks from Dermund to the south. A wide variety, mostly population mimicking the area. So we've got like a good chunk of Aarakocra and Kenku and elves, half-elves, humans, even some lizard folk. And then just a smattering of anyone and everyone else who is interested in seeing the festival, visiting. Luckily, it's a bit of a boon for merchants around this time, too. So there's just a whole mess of visitors. Let me swap over to that board. Where are you? There you are.
Whoa.
Don't forget to summon us there.
Yeah.
We cannot move there.
Also, our faces are gone if that's an issue.
Your faces are gone?
The overlay isn't there. With our funny portraits.
Oh, I'm streaming the wrong thing.
Oops.
Lovely.
Bonk. There we go. That should fix it.
Yay, there it is.
Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, why didn't it didn't save my sound settings? Have music. We're working on it.
Playing with a new toy.
There we go. So, a large number of merchants have brought in their caravans. Even though there is a prominent tavern in town, the Misty Veil Inn, the vast majority of people visiting here have their own travel accommodations and have set up tents kind of around the city so that they have their own space to camp, light fires, host, etc. And especially since there are several converging kind of merchant groups at this point in time, a lot of them host their own parties, goods. It's a time to visit for everyone around. Now, there is one of you who has been in town for a couple days now, visiting with Feihu and just kind of sitting in town for a bit. Zoran, how have you enjoyed your time here thus far?
It's been absolutely marvelous, I'd have to say so myself.
Delightful.
Very different than what I'm used to, but a gorgeous little oasis town, I must admit.
It's always good to hear. Likely that you're staying in the inn?
Most likely, yes.
Likely. Excellent. Yeah, so the Misty Veil Inn is a delightful little inn. Unlike most other taverns around the world, doesn't actually do food service. You can pay some of the staff to actually go to the nearby open market to acquire food for you and bring it back to you in the inn itself. But they actually don't have any kind of kitchen facilities to encourage folks to go out to the markets themselves.
I see.
It's nothing like the massive markets of Althra, but it's a nice little place to get produce and foods and tinctures and little goods and the like.
But of course.
The primary staff you've been interacting with are a triplet a group of Kenku triplets who kind of run the day-to-day, which you have trouble keeping track of all three of them. It's one of them's Tala, one of them's Lata, and one of them's Tafa, and it's hard keeping track of which one's which, as they're all running around and taking care of things and making sure. With quite a full house, you probably got one of the last rooms, actually, for today's festival. It's, like, pretty busy in here, in general.
Truly my lucky day.
Yeah. As kind of sun rises and the last tricklings of caravans start to come into the town, what are you up to?
Good question. I probably would spend a good portion of my morning, at least, sleeping in. Getting ready for the festivities for the evening.
Absolutely. And you're right, insofar as the festivities will be in the evening, when the sun's cooled off a little bit. You don't want to be standing all out in the middle of the desert in the middle of the day. We don't want people succumbing to heat stroke on the day of a glorious festival. So, it is a nice morning. It was a cool evening, but you've managed to find a comfy room to sleep in for the night.
Fabulous.
Another earlier arrival, likely. Pejmina, Tanya's traveling tale-tellers, arrived either early this morning or late last night. How's that going? Are you kind of prepping? Is the group practicing? Are you all kind of confident? How's that feeling?
There are definitely some pre-performance jitters, especially since this one is more of like a bigger audience. But I think everyone's feeling pretty confident. They've done this before.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a way it's fun, and in another way it's business as usual.
Since this is kind of the last performance before you split off with the group, do you have any sort of, like, particular preparations, or maybe an emphasis on this festival in particular? How's kind of Pejmina herself feeling in, like, right now, before the performance later this evening?
It's definitely bittersweet. It's always sad to say goodbye, but it means that, she gets to do her own thing for a while, which is also kind of nice. She's all packed up, she has all her things. Basically, all that's left is this last performance, and then a night of goodbyes.
Excellent. Hey, San. You're probably arriving early in the morning, sometime today. It's likely that you hopped a caravan? ? Sorry?
Yes. Can I set a little scene, possibly?
Please.
So, okay, thank you. I guess Pashmina will hear little bits of scribbling coming from the notebook the Haesong gave to her.
Oh,
and
okay.
I guess there's a scribbling, and she'll see. Good morning or good evening. I'm not quite sure when you will be reading this, but either way, I hope you'll be delighted to know that the caravan that I have managed to find a caravan of Kenku faithful who have decided to make a stop at Mirage today. I do not know when or if I will see you, but I will be sure to keep an eye out for you during the performance.
Almost immediately, you get scribbles back, and it's in this, like, big, rushed, scribble that's just like, yes, 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 and then draws, like, a little map of Mirage, like, hastily, with, like 5 arrows pointing in one spot, like, come here!
Yeah. Yeah. Haesong probably hopped onto onto a caravan, onto a Kenku caravan or something like that. And
Yeah,
it's been probably just traveling with them for a while. And just sort of arrives in the town and immediately starts taking notes, I guess. Sketching out bits of the landscape, since Mirage he has never gotten to see a very good look at due to all the sands and the wind, due to all the heavy sands in the area.
Yeah, it's interesting being here in particular. So from a distance, the kind of misty haze that surrounds the city kind of prevents it from being observed very prominently from the outside. From the interior, you don't see any of that distortion. There's maybe like a little bit of a glitter in the air around you, especially towards the borders of the town. But you can see for miles very clearly from just inside, especially if you get up on top of some of the structures in town.
I guess Hassan, I guess at this point is looking at the very urgent writing and all the arrows, and is like, I came here to study, but also those are urgent arrows. I came here to study urgent arrows, study arrows, study arrows. I can interview some elder later. I'm gonna go to those arrows, and Hassan's gonna go visit his friend.
Yay. I think what you find is the caravans are pulled off a little to the side of the town in like a clearing, and they've kind of circled around and they've unfolded out a stage for the dancers to what was the word? Practice is the word, but like it was another word that I was trying to yeah. And so they're all just like circled around rehearsing.
What was the leader's name again?
Tanya.
I guess.
And she definitely recognizes you. Because you traveled together for a while, and she remembers all of her performers.
Mm-hmm. And Hassan will just wave to her, say, "Hello, Tanya. It's very nice to see you again. I do hope you remember me."
Oh, Hassan, right?
Yes.
It's lovely to see you again. Are you also in town performing?
Oh, no. I came for other reasons. I came to study, but our mutual wonderful little tiefling friend mentioned that you would be in town, so I managed through some badgering to be able to get our caravan to stop here and convince them that they have something to gain by stopping here. By the way, I am here now.
Excellent. I believe Pashmina is just in the back if you're interested.
Oh yes, I would love to see them again. They seem, judging by their writing, they seem to be quite nervous at the moment.
Oh, it's performance jitters. I'm sure we'll all be fine.
Yes.
You know how it goes. You've run with us.
Oh yes, of course.
All right.
And
Tanya keeps prepping. Tanya's doing a lot of like stage management stuff right now, so like, Hannah, does the show have pyro? Like that might be a bit intense.
So I imagine that they use the setup I'm imagining right now is at least one of the caravans is actually just like a big unfolding stage.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
So it unfolds, opens up, reveals a bunch of dancers, and then the other caravans sit to the side and act as like structures where they can set up like lighting and stuff.
Yeah.
And where like the mages and the bards can sit and like play.
Absolutely.
So there
like
is
the
an
pit.
amount of, yeah, like there's an amount of production to it. It is like a serious, like they have a setup.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. So you're probably right. And of course they also have like, tents to live in and whatnot. But yeah, Tanya is definitely attending to the setup itself, making sure everyone's kind of tuned up. The performance isn't until later, but like it never hurts to be prepared, especially in like desert weather conditions.
I'm imagining the dancers doing like you know, like a cheer tower.
Yes.
I'm imagining that, and Pashmina is one of like the middle in the tower. And she sees, hey, son. And she just lets out this really shrill squeal. It's just like,
Aeson is not looking your way and panics. He is like all of his feathers are like ruffled and popped.
Just completely shoves whoever is on top of her just off.
I'm actually going to roll a quick acrobatics for the other performers. Okay, they did pretty well, and they are trained, so, like, you do that, and you basically just, like, fold the center of this acrobatics display.
Oh my God.
Luckily, your coworkers are professionals. They carry themselves fine, but they're all just kind of a little like, oh, okay, all right, we're taking a break. Got it. Okay, cool.
And then she just runs over to you and just, like, flings her arms around you.
My son does not know how to respond, and says, "So, hi, Pat, hello, hello, Pashmina. It's very nice to see you again."
It's good to
Hi,
see
Ellen.
you.
Yes. Yes, far too long. What has it been, how long has it been since, I guess, maybe a year at this point, I would, like...
Probably. It's probably been quite a while at this point.
Yeah. The Seisan probably... Yeah, sure, let's just say it's a year. It's been one full year. And some will say, yes, it's been quite a portion of my life. So, how have you been? I mean, I know how you've been, but I mean, how have you been, but not in letter form?
Things have been good. Definitely not the same without you. And she kind of like kicks at the sand and like pouts a little bit. Immediately cheers up again. But you've written about such interesting things I can't even wrap my head around.
Yes. The wonders of sorcerers and inherited magic are very odd concepts to even wrap your head around. The sheer, I guess, ability just to pull at the fabric of creation as a part of your inheritance is an incredible sight to behold, even if perhaps it is not so different from other magic. But what's more important is the panicness I saw in your writing. Are you getting jitters again?
A little. Just kind of like is obviously like fidgeting and clearly excited and nervous and a lot of things right now.
Just remember what I said before. Just please, I just hope you remember what we've gone over before. That the performance and the magic are one and the same. When you are performing, visualize the magic you are creating, for the magic comes from you specifically. The visualization is what matters. I know you can do this. You've done this a million times before, haven't you?
Yeah. For some reason, though, it always feels a little different each time, doesn't it, though?
Yes. It is the wonderful thing about performance, though. The little bits of everything that doesn't go wrong, the ways you have to... the bits of improvisation you have to do to fill those little holes. Oh, but I believe in you. And judging by the fact that your friends over there did not collapse into a heap, I believe you are well supported.
Peshmina kind of look bashfully behind. Give everyone a little, like, forefinger wave.
They're not upset with you.
Yeah, I guess I should get back to it, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I believe. I wouldn't want to take up too much of your time. I do have things I'm here to do as well. But I will be in the crowd. I hope you know. I am very excited to see what you have cooked up recently.
Yay! How long will you be staying?
That's perhaps a few days, at least that's the plan. 1 or 2, as long as it needs for me to get what I wish. This is a very interesting place, and back in the observatory, there are only so many things you get there. These are one of the few places our eyes can pierce, and I would be the first, probably, of my community to actually see the lightning itself, the glass shards themselves. I would like to take that in for a little while, so I'll be here for a bit.
Wow, that sounds like a really high honor.
Oh, not at all. They probably wouldn't care. Then Hassan goes. Most of the people there, most people have no care for the wonderful world around them, and instead to focus on the players on the world stage and blah 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 blah. They're utterly droll. They're utterly droll at sometimes.
That is.
But no. But yes. But yes, it is an honor. I consider it at least. Have you seen it before?
I would suppose since I've danced at this festival before, probably would have.
Yeah, you've probably seen what happens before. Just like the short of it, right, is later in the evening, a little bit before sundown, when things are starting to cool off. There's a nearby like hill. It's not quite a dune. The dunes are further out, but it's more of a naturally formed hill. Suffers this startlingly intense lightning storm. And then there's kind of some festival surrounding it. There's people that grab sculptures and whatnot, which we can get a little bit more into once the festival actually happens. But yeah, you've experienced this like probably a few times now.
Okay. Yeah, certainly.
Well, I will see you then. Good luck. I believe in you.
I needed to hear that. Thank you, Hassan.
Hassan will go off. Hassan is gonna start looking for, I guess, the mayor. I guess what? I'm sorry, I'm gonna forget names. Fayhu.
Yeah, who? Funny you should mention that. We'll double back around to that. There are a lot of outsiders in the city. There are a lot of visitors. But maybe one who stands out, to be blunt, like a fish in the desert. I'm Loka, you've heard about this festival, about this weird kind of nature weather event, and have made your little pilgrimage to town. I'm super curious, like, how did you get here? When did you get here? Did you hop a caravan to come with? Or did you just wander here all by your lonesome?
Loka bummed a ride. And by bummed a ride, I mean clambered on to a caravan that was making its way to Mirage, and just rode it quietly.
Yeah. Not uncommon. Like the thing about the desert is kind of like the ocean in that, like, it is safest to go with other people, and even if caravans don't want you there, it's not super likely that they're just gonna pitch you overboard, because that is almost certainly death. So yeah, and as long as I'm curious whether you attempted to do any amount of like labor or help Or just like, I'm here now. Hi.
I think his plan was to be as unseen as possible.
Excellent. Did you hide in the drinking water? Maybe not a great idea. Or hide in the not drinking water. You probably will get noticed less if you hide in the not drinking water.
Oh, gross.
Well, they piss in the sand. They don't piss in the water. Just like, for washing and doing dishes and stuff like that.
Okay, that's less gross.
Yeah, your eyes might burn a little bit. But I mean,
well, I am used to salt, though.
Yeah, you are used to the ocean. Relevant for the caravans in general and some setting stuff. So most of the caravans are wagons, either drawn on wheels, very large, very flat, very wide wheels, to have to sustain moving through the sand and get any level of traction. And almost all caravans in the Phasia, especially those like in the merchant circle, are pulled by these giant fennec foxes.
Holy shit.
They're like literally the size of a horse. And they're large and they're very fluffy and friendly and they shed everywhere.
Long hairs.
But their ears are probably about as big as you, Loka. Because they use them to cool off. That's why they have such big, flat, wide ears. But the typical beast of burden in this region is big fennec foxes. So there are quite a few of those kind of stabled around, usually within the merchant caravan tents themselves. But occasionally you'll see someone maybe like riding one or guiding one down the street.
I love the idea of the first time Loka sees one of those. He just looks at Puppy and just goes, "Oh, look, I found your parents!"
As usual, Puppy just stares at you.
Blankly, yeah.
Completely blankly.
That's very good. Love that. Love Puppy.
As you arrive in Mirage, Loka, kind of walking down the main thoroughfare, you notice that there are a couple of guards standing next to like a big billboard that are like kind of like calling out at passersby that are like, "Bounties, adventure, come find gifts from us, the Hawk Guard," and they're trying to be very like presentational and whatnot about it. And directly across from them, across the street, is a little blue kobold on a crate that's just going, "Free money! Come take free money! Do you want free money? You, fish person! Do you like money?
Free money?
Free money!"
Sure, I'll take free money.
All right, can you put your name in this book? And he shows there. It's okay. No, it's just we're trying to get like a census of the people coming through, so we know how big to plan for next year's celebration. And he kind of like he kind of like leans down and puts his hand up to his mouth. It's just like, it doesn't have to be your real name.
Oh, even better. Okay.
And he hands you like a quill and pulls the book down.
Loka writes the name. Actually, he can just write Loka, right? Like that's not his real name.
Correct. You can just write Loka. Yeah.
Yeah. So he just.
You notice that actually in the book, there are names written in a variety of not just like languages and regions, but like even scripts. Like there are different runes written down on this page. There's a lot of people from a lot of places coming to this.
Yeah. Actually, as he's going to sign it, he kind of stops right before the quill touches the paper and goes, "How much money?"
1 silver.
1 silver?
Yeah. I mean, you don't. It's free money. You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, it's too late. I'm already signing my name.
All right, cool. And you write Loka in the book?
Yeah.
All right. And he like hops off the crate, opens it up, reaches inside, and pulls out a silver coin and hands it to you.
Loka bites it.
It's real silver.
Okay.
It is. You can add a silver piece to your inventory if you want to.
Nice.
Thanks for doing that.
Thank you. I've never gotten free money. Well, that's not true. Anyways.
All right, tell your friends if they want free money, they can come and sign the book, and you can get free money until we run out.
Can Puppy get free money too?
Puppy?
I don't know where the beaver is. But
roll animal handling.
Oh shit.
I want to know if Puppy wandered off.
17?
Puppy's right next to you.
Okay, perfect.
Can
I snatch the quill?
Yeah, you just grab it. You're just like, hey, I need that.
That's fine. I'm signing another name.
No.
Can I write Puppy?
I can Puppy write his own name?
No.
Puppy's a. I don't know if you know. I think Puppy's a beaver. Is Puppy supposed to be a beaver?
What do you think he's supposed to be?
Feihu's a healer, and she can like help if like she's like helped people become not animals.
Puppy, are you sick?
Puppy falls over onto the ground.
Oh no!
Puppy gets back up off of the ground.
Oh, thank God.
I don't think I can give Puppy money unless Puppy can sign his name in the book.
Animal handling. Sleight of hand. Sleight of hand. Do it for Puppy.
I'd definitely let you do that.
That's so funny.
So you're like lifting Puppy up and like try. Okay, I need you to tell me how you're doing this.
Okay.
Please.
So he
struggles holding the anything because he doesn't have thumbs. So I'll help him hold it, and he will write it.
Okay. So you're like trying to maneuver Puppy as you are holding this beaver in such a way that Puppy signs his name.
Yeah, so it looks like the beaver is signing the book. Oh, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably sleight of hand with disadvantage, because Puppy is not helping you.
Funnily enough, I rolled the same number twice.
That's
excellent.
Really good.
And that number is 9.
Love it.
Okay, yeah. So you hold this beaver up, and the beaver is holding the quill, and it just like writes 3 lines just all over the page. And this little kobold's just like, okay, all right, and takes the quill back, and is just like, sorry, I'm sorry. Can I give you another silver to leave?
Oh, yes, sir. So I get 2 more silver, 1 for Puppy and 1 to me?
No, just... You know what? Never mind. And he just goes, free money! Free money!
This guy's a scammer! Give me the silver!
Wait, some other, like, wanderer walks up, he's like, free money? Oh, and I just have to sign the book? Alright, and just, like, signs the book.
He wouldn't let my beaver sign the book!
He wouldn't let he wouldn't give the beaver money.
Correct! He owes me 2 silver pieces!
I don't think that's correct. And he gets a silver from the kobold, and is just like, all right, y'all have a nice day, and like walks around the corner. Actually heads up to the like open market. The two like guards standing in front of this board look like very discouraged. Because the person across the street is just taking all of the business of the street, obviously. So the kobold kind of looks at the book and is just like, Loka?
That's what everybody calls me.
Okay. I'm Safi.
Sapphire.
Yeah. Like sapphire, like the gem, because I'm blue.
Oh!
I'm blue.
Oh, you're blue like
Isn't
the
that
ocean
neat?
more than a sapphire.
I've never
This is
seen the
what-
ocean.
Oh, it's big. Bigger than any sapphire.
Yeah. Free money.
Discouraged, Loka's gonna walk away. And I'm seeing an oasis, and I think that's where he wants to go.
Sure. We'll get back to that. So Zoran,
Yes.
you're hanging out in what did I call it? The Misty Veil Inn.
Okay.
And you see a familiar blue feathered Aarakocra walk in. And she kind of looks around the meeting room for a bit and talks to the proprietor. The actual owner of the Misty Veil Inn is a black feathered Aarakocra named Kulkasa Suran, but most people just call him Sir Suran because he's the host of the inn. Kind of chatting around. You can choose to be up or not.
Like awake?
Yeah.
Oh, they will be. At this point, I think they slept in past 8 a.m., which is late. So they will get up. And
Absolutely.
browse around.
Yeah. If and when you make your way down to the kind of like inn's gathering space with a kind of a hearth in the center, Fehu catches your eye and kind of walks over to you. She's like, Zoran! She's got her stick with a pot lid lifter on one end and kind of a sharp spike on the other. And it's just like, I know we've only just met. Would you actually mind doing a favor for me? I'm very busy for kind of the preparations for the festival and all that. And I was wondering if you could just run a quick errand.
Please, my dear, all you have to do is name it.
Sure thing. Super quickly. And she's just like, and she hands you a gold piece, and it's just like, payment.
Oh, this is not necessary.
I insist for tasks reasons and also village ordinances. It's a bit of a sticky situation.
I understand completely.
And she hands you a sack of coins, a sack of silver coins. And she just goes, could you deliver this? My assistant, Sapphire, he's on the corner. Could you actually give this to him as kind of a refill? I understand we're getting more visitors than expected, and we're kind of trying to run a census thing.
Yes, of course.
Excellent.
I'm more than happy to. You said right on the corner, correct?
Correct. Just down the kind of the main thoroughfare.
Splendid.
Right across from a pair of guard. And she kind of like leans in and is just like, they wanted to put up they wanted to station here, and I wouldn't. So I sold them a peddling license for 100 gold, and now I'm distributing that gold to our guests. I find it deeply amusing.
Interesting. I truly believe that is.
It's a reasonable way to make sure that they, don't get as much business as maybe they otherwise would, while being compliant with the Thronian demands.
Of course.
But also, it was actually serving quite. I'm really glad that we're kind of getting a better picture of all the people coming to town. Anyway, I have to be off. I'm rushing around all the place. I hope to see you later at the festival. All right.
Of course, my lady.
Excellent. All right.
Miss it.
Goodbye. And she kind of quickly turns and walks out into the rest of the city.
They do a very pronounced deep bow. Anyways, just as a show of good faith.
In return, Fehu gives this overly elaborate, extremely
I'm so glad.
mocking bow.
I'm so glad. And yeah.
Yeah. Hassan, you are looking for Fehu, and as you kind of round the corner, you see this very bright blue feathered Aarakocra walk out of the Misty Veil Inn and kind of onto the streets between that and one of the more official buildings of the town.
Let's see. What does Hassan have gotten a description of Fehu?
Almost
Is
definitely.
Mistress
She's a very distinctive person.
Heisan is first going to like look her up and down. How busy does she look?
She definitely has an objective. She seems to be kind of flitting between multiple different things, kind of visiting, but she does seem to be kind of like visiting with people along the way. She's the kind of local leader who is a combination of like busy and industrious and studious, but also like always tries to make time for people. It's kind of the impression you get from watching her anyway.
What's her title specifically? Just Feihu?
Matron.
Matron. Heisan essentially will simply just raise his hand and say, Matron Feihu?
She kind of like perks up, looks around, just, hello there, visitor.
Oh, hello. Heisan will walk up and I guess, begin speaking. Yes, hello, Matron Feihu. I suppose I should introduce myself. My name is Heisan, well, formerly Heisan de Helez, although that name was forced upon me by Okroian immigration officers, but just Heisan will be fine.
Just Heisan, then.
Yes. I sincerely apologize, but I do see that you were quite in
It's a busy day.
perhaps a rush. Yes. Though I was wondering if perhaps you could be of assistance to me. I am in search of records and I guess old stories about the lightning that comes here each year. And I was wondering if there was someone you could direct me, a place you could direct me to, or if you yourself could regale me with old stories of the lightning.
I do have a bit of a collection, in fact. Would you mind meeting with me after the festival?
Oh, I would always. Of course, time is always pressing, but
assuming you're not
understand.
leaving immediately after, I understand that some of the caravans like to be on their way pretty quickly.
Yes, no, but I will be staying a little while. I'll be happy to meet you afterwards.
Excellent.
I suppose I will have to make myself busy until then, otherwise.
Oh, I'm sure there's lots to do if you want to visit the market, if you want to check out the inn, visit the oasis, scan the hill, maybe get some excavation tools for your own sculpture if you're interested in taking home a little piece of history yourself.
Oh no! Oh no! No, thank you. Sculpture has never been my trade. I thank you for the offer, though. I hope to speak to you again soon. I believe there's much we can exchange.
And I as well. Looking forward to seeing you. And she kind of bustles off. As she leaves, you see a heavy tome kind of like drop silently from under her robes and land on the pavement. And she just kind of walks away from it.
Heisan smiles, goes to pick it up, and
your hand passes straight through it.
What?
And she kind of like looks back with a smirk and like thumps her staff on the street, and the book kind of disappears into a puff.
Heisan will just sort of twitch in a moment and say, I suppose I deserved that.
Just something to pass the time. I mean, no insult.
I assume you didn't. And Heisan will, I guess, will then cast Prestidigitation and let's see, create a puff of smoke right behind her.
She chuckles and laughs and kind of like passes her staff through it and just kind of like gives you a nod and then walks off to her next attendance.
Waiting. I suppose I should get a drink. Heisan will start moving, I guess, to the inn.
Yeah, absolutely. Zoran, you're probably on your way out.
At this point, yeah, I think Zoran would have left the Misty Veil Inn at this point, and is making their way down the street to find Safi.
Yes.
Yes.
You've probably met the little kobold once or twice by now.
Okay.
He kind of flits around. He's a little bit more ADHD than Feihu, but is very dedicated to like running tasks whenever she has something for him to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, go on, please.
I was just going to say, as you exit the Misty Veil with your kind of jingling sack in tow, you can spot Safi a ways down the road. And coming from that direction is a semi-familiar Aarakocra that you met in a market some time ago.
Heisan does not recognize you.
I was gonna say, I'm not. I would probably. I kind of want to roll an intelligence to see if Zoran remembers.
Yeah, go for it if you want to.
Let's see.
Okay, just because I don't know if they would off the top of their head.
Well,
Should I do just wisdom or just straight intelligence?
If anything, I'd say history.
I meant history. I don't know why I said wisdom.
I guess I should roll history for Heisan then as well.
I do have a follow-up question, Heisan, or
Yes.
Zoran, which is just, do you look differently than you did then?
How long ago did they meet?
Good question.
It would have been before Heisan met Pashmina. You were essentially the first person he interacted with. One of the first people he interacted with.
So it's probably
after
been
leaving his home.
a little over a year.
I am going to say yes.
So your appearance has changed a bit since then?
A little bit.
All right.
At least Zoran's has. For my history, I rolled an 18. Shockingly.
That's almost definitely enough. Even if it is a little vague.
Mm-hmm.
You remember this funky little historian that you met in the town market in Enthrall almost an entire year ago and haven't seen at all since.
Mm-hmm.
They were packed with gems last time
Packed
you saw
with
them.
gems.
Yeah. Does Heisan remember?
Heisan got a 23, so...
I guess you are the historian.
Obviously optional. You can choose not to recognize each other if you want to, but if you were just using the dice to decide, I would say you would probably recognize each other from that.
Something, you always remember your first.
I want to say it's funnier Zoran doesn't remember, personally.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Okay. I guess Heisan will essentially pass you by, then look back and says, "Oh, you changed your outfit, I see.
So
That's disappointing. I liked the style you had before."
that's not what I was referencing. If they had met around a year ago, Zoran now has ears and a tail.
Oh.
This is a very recent thing. So you would not have seen them last time.
Oh, Heisan says, "I don't recall." We'll look back and say, "Excuse me. Perhaps I don't. My apologies. I don't mean to assume, sir. Do you have a twin who is not, fox-like in appearance?"
And they spin around on their heel, pretty elegantly because it's Zoran, and just kind of having their staff kind of sitting on kind of their collarbone. They kind of cock their head towards you. Forgive me, I have no such twin. Have we met before by any chance?
Maybe. I do remember a gentleman. a gentleman with your exact clothing and general appearance, assisting me perhaps a year ago, but they never had ears or a tail. I know I would remember that. Which is curious, because Hassan's gonna look at you specifically, and oh, and reach a hand for his lyre. Funny thing, I have heard of disguise magic before, of tales of foxes that like to pretend to be other creatures, but they always have a tell, and will cast detect magic on Zoran. Because
All right, bet.
So there's no roll for that. You just do it.
Yeah.
I assume you're not casting it as a ritual,
No.
Hassan.
I'm perfectly fine burning a spell.
Yeah, no, that's completely
Super.
reasonable. Yeah, it's, I mean, yes. Zoran is magical. Although, that being said, Zoran, you're carrying your lamp, I assume.
Yes.
The lamp glow. So the way, if I remember correctly, the way detect magic works is you can detect an aura around any given object that's magical, and you get to know what type of magic it is.
Correct.
So the lamp is very strongly emanating enchantment magic, and Zoran's just kind of got a glow about them, generally speaking. But as for the ears and tails, there's no illusion magic there. Those are just biological features.
Would you happen to remember me?
Remember you specifically.
Yes, Hassan, dingy bird, very dingy clothes, had a pocket full of gems. Althra, perhaps a year ago?
Pockets full of gems. Oh! Oh, by the gods! Yes, I do.
It was a brief
My,
interaction.
it has been
Yeah.
quite some time.
Yes, it has. What has happened to you? And I'm not quite. I do not know people to spontaneously grow ears and tails. What has happened to you? May I
Let's
ask?
just say I like to keep things interesting. And they will just smile earnestly.
Why must you? Why must you? You magically? Why must the magically enchanted always be so dodgy with me? You can't. Okay, are you sure you cannot? My sincerest apologies if I am prying into personal business. I do hope though that. Would you perhaps like to speak again after the festival? I'm very curious about your transformation and your looks at staff unique artifact. I hope you wouldn't mind if I asked you a few questions about them in the future, of course.
In the future would be fantastic. Unfortunately, I have a few errands to run myself, but in the future, I am more than willing to be available for any further questions. My
Well,
dear
thank you.
feathered friend.
I'll be here for the next few days. I'll hope to talk to you later.
Terrific. You may primarily find me at the Misty Veil Inn if you are looking for me specifically.
I will.
Hey, son, correct?
Correct. And your name was Zaran?
Zaran the Extravagant. And the big, like, overzealous bow once more.
Hey, son will give a little curtsy. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once again.
And yours as well. Please do enjoy the festival.
I will. Oh, and you wouldn't happen to know if the oasis, that's public drinking water, correct?
Would Zaran know this?
You've been in town long enough to kind of know the rules regarding the
Yeah.
Oasis, certainly. And most of the rules are like, yeah, you're absolutely completely free to like dip like canteens, vessels, drinking water, whatever. One of the really great things about the Mirage Mirror Pool, which is the official name for the Oasis in town, is that it's fed by underground rivers. So it replenishes very quickly and also kind of self-filters.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, you can just go grab stuff. If you're found doing anything like purposefully contaminating it, if you like piss in it or something like that, then you're gonna get like heavily fined and probably run out of town. Because it is kind of the big reason people go here. There's also also be kind of hard to do because there's a lot of people around it all the time.
Oh yeah.
It is a very it's honestly kind of one of the hot hangout spots. Because it's beautiful, it has a mirror finish. It's kind of a stunning place to just kind of sit and be around, and also the kind of natural cooling effect of the nearby foliage is very useful if you're just trying to not get heat stroke.
Mm-hmm. And Zoran will pass along the information of, yes, it is drinkable.
Okay. Then Hassan will change direction to the Oasis because I didn't know it was public.
And Zoran will continue on to find Safi.
Free money!
And I think it, like, makes sense that they would just kind of, like, very, like, quietly walk up behind Safi.
Free money!
And just over, because they're kobold, so teeny.
Small. I think
Small.
like 4 feet.
Yeah. They're going to kind of, like, bend over, like, their right shoulder, and are just, like, holding, like, the coin purse by, like, the very top, like, kind of dangling it over.
Free hi! Do you want free money?
Don't you recognize me?
Ow! Hi!
Hello. I've been tasked with giving you a little more ammunition for your
Okay, that makes sense.
goals. Here you go, my friend. And they will deposit the stack of coins to Safi.
Absolutely. Yeah, he like holds the crate open for you, and he has to like extend his arms all the way up to hold the door open, so that you can pour it in. The guard across look as you empty this sack of gold into the chest, and they're like, it just looks like their hearts drop. Like they're just like, oh man, like we were hoping he was gonna run out sooner or later. Oh, all right. They look like they've more or less given up on like being corner carnival barkers and are just like they both have drinks.
Mm-hmm.
Not alcoholic drinks. They're on the job, but like they've surrendered more or less to this kobold giving money away.
Mm-hmm. I think Zaran probably notices this, or just hears them, like, collectively sigh.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of look over and just kind of give, like, a small wink, and then saunter, I think, over to the markets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of see what's what, so they're not, like, trapped in the inn all day.
Definitely. Yeah.
We don't have to just keep with me. If we want to skip to someone else, that's absolutely alright.
I think relevant, before we get to the two people approaching the Oasis rapidly. Pashmina. You are rehearsing. I'm assuming you're kind of back to rehearsing now.
Yeah.
So while your troupe is kind of carrying on and doing their things, Feihu, the town matron, approaches, and you see Tanya and Feihu kind of wave and like discuss and greet a little bit. And then you see Tanya point at you and kind of like gesture for you to come over.
Yeah. Pashmina stops what she's doing and shyly walks up.
Pashmina, I know you have your final performance tonight. We've got a lot of things to do with that. I just wanted to introduce you before all of these things happen. This is Feihu. This is the matron of the town. I'm sure you've seen her around. She's, we actually talked a little bit because I understand that you're leaving us tonight, and I understand. I know I can't convince you otherwise. We've done this song and dance before.
Sorry.
But no, it's understand. I just wanted to introduce you to Feihu here because if you should need lodging or work, or if you wanted something to do, maybe in the interim, I've kind of arranged. Feihu's willing to take you on if you're interested. And Feihu just kind of like bows slightly to you, Pejmina. Is just like, I would be a delight. It would be a delight if you if I could offer you anything if you need it. Tanya and I have known each other for a little while.
Yeah, Peshmina perks up at that and matches her little bow. And says, That would be great. I don't really have any plans, once we part ways, so, if you have any needs, surely I can do something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be around. I'm a bit busy today, I hope you understand. But feel free to find me after the festival, later, tomorrow, or whenever. I'm around, and I'm here to help.
That's awfully generous, thank you.
Sure thing. All right, good luck, you all. I'm gonna go rush off. And she kind of like taps her stick, and you see kind of like a little puff of wind go up around Feihu, and she scuttles off very quickly.
Before Peshmina starts to like rush off to practice, but before she does, she turns back sharply and gives Tanya a big hug.
Oh, Tanya hugs you back and is just like, before you break off tonight, because you know we've got to leave in the morning. Before you go, make sure you come back to me. I have something for you. Okay?
Oh, all right. Certainly.
All right. Go practice. And kind of goes off.
Yeah. Runs off.
Hassan and Loka. Loka probably gets to the Oasis first. So you see that it is striking, especially in contrast to the very tumultuous ocean. This little pool of water is completely still. Looking at it gives you a perfect reflection of the plants and leaves and clouds and sky above you, and the other participants standing around it. And there's maybe like a half dozen or so people, and more people walking up and leaving all the time. People like dipping flasks. One particularly zealous merchant is filling like a whole drinking barrel. But yeah, this little communal water hole.
I'm trying to think. Because Matt
One dives.
Matt the person heard what you said.
Mm-hmm.
The Loka's a fish.
I'm loving
Loka
this
is a
already.
fish.
Loving this already.
Loka's just like, yeah, that looks great. Fuck yes, it's so hot.
Do I pencil in? Do I dive? Cannonball, though.
Is there anybody else in the Oasis?
There are a few people like basically standing in it, either like up to their ankles or standing very close to it. No one's really in like the main chunk of it. And also, relevant now that you're actually close to it, you can see that there's like a large segment of valved pipe running into it and then into the ground next to it.
Huh.
It looks like a fairly recent addition.
I can't not do this.
You can do whatever you want. You will just also have to deal with the ramifications of doing whatever you want to do.
Yeah. But it's what he would want to do, too.
You're a fish. There's a pond.
I was gonna say, surely they'll have a heart for a fish man who's stuck in the desert, like...
He grabs Puppy.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes,
This water looks gross, but it's water. So, well, let's go!
And then he just kind of jumps in.
Yeah, this is a big splash. There's not like an audible I like, obviously people are kind of, I think at most, honestly, people are mostly just kind of annoyed. Because, no longer mirror finish, because you are swimming around in it now. And this is a weird thing to say, it is the most humid water you have ever been in.
Yeah.
Thick
It's
water.
thick. Well, and it's still, right? So, like, even though there is some natural filtration in and out, it's like there's some weird stuff going on. That said, I mentioned that this is operated through an underground river system, and as soon as you get under the surface, you notice that there's actually way more tide and flow than you expected.
Oh.
And that said, I'm going to ask you to make a strength athletics saving throw to prevent getting sucked into the underground river network.
Oh my god!
You're going to have advantage on this because you're a fish. Puppy is also going to have advantage on this.
Loka gets fucking flushed down the drain first step. Like.
Well, I rolled 17, then 18.
Okay.
Athletics is plus
6 for me.
So that's
Oh my
a 23.
No. That is the total. I got an 11 and a 12.
Oh, okay. Let's see how Puppy
Puppy,
does.
go.
Puppy got a 19.
Hell yeah.
Puppy!
Plus 1 for strength. Puppy is not proficient in athletics. Puppy's not proficient in anything. Yeah, you notice this and kind of like feel yourself start to like drift and get pulled by a stronger than expected undercurrent, and then you quickly like kind of flex your fins and kind of pop back up to the surface, where the current isn't nearly as strong. It's refreshing being in the water. You are also, it's maybe less refreshing is all the kind of stern looks you are getting from the merchants standing around the oasis pool.
I don't think I give a fuck about them.
Yeah. Excellent. Hassan, you have walked up to the oasis, and there's a fishman in the middle of the mirror pool with a beaver.
And the mirror pool is no longer a mirror.
The mirror pool is no longer a mirror.
Well, first things first, Hassan gets a drink. That needs to happen first, because hell, it's been a hot day in the desert
It has
first.
been a hot day in the desert.
Yeah. So, takes a long drink. And sort of just looks around. And are they under the water?
Just broke surface, I think.
Looks like he's having the time of his life.
Like a bird in a bird bath. But a fish in a oasis pool.
But a fish in a
Do
fish
Eric
bath.
Cockra like bird baths? Do Eric Cockra like the rain?
Um,
Is that an
It's a person-
overgeneralization?
it's personal preference. Some of them, the rain sure as hell makes it harder to fly.
This is true.
But also, a bath is nice. But it's interesting like that.
Desert bird, dust bath.
I guess
That's true.
doesn't exactly want to doesn't want to ruin his run, but he's going to call out in Primordial, trying to speak Aquan, I guess. Hello, friend?
Loka.
So Loka, from your perspective, you hear this weird perversion of your language, like it was put through the wrong set of lungs.
Heavy accent.
Yeah.
You're supposed to speak that language in the water, that's why it sounds so stupid.
Got him.
I know, but look, do you speak Common?
What if I said no?
Then I will keep speaking Aquan.
I do speak Common, I do.
Ouch! Oh, man! 1d4 psychic damage. Jeez, emotional damage.
Oh,
That
okay.
hurts. That hurts.
I hate to be a bother, but I believe you're getting some rather poor looks, and I don't know how long you've been here, but it's generally poor form to be bathing and drinking water, amongst other things.
I don't think I need to bathe.
Hassan, you can see that like Fehu is starting to walk towards the oasis.
Look, I please, I really, really, really need you. Just like, this is for your own good. I will. Do you like money? Do you like free money?
Oh my god.
You're just like a kobold, aren't you?
Zoran taught you nothing.
How much are you willing to give?
A gold?
Oh. Okay.
Loka swims over to you. Whether or not Puppy comes or not, he does not care.
Puppy follows you.
Okay.
Puppy is just kind of always trailing a foot and a half behind you.
Excellent.
And Hassan will just like, oh, thank you very much. She looks nervously over at Fehu approaching.
Fehu does make it over here and is, very kind of politely looks between the two of you and kind of like nods to you, Hassan. Is just like, my friend, visitor, would you mind your name?
My name?
Yes.
Oh, my name's Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Don't swim in the oasis, please.
It's water, though.
It's water that we all need to share.
Hassan will speak in Orin to her. Look, please forgive him.
She raises a hand back in Orin. Not angry. Everything's fine. I just need them to understand. Can you manage that for me, Ooh?
Only if you say my name right. Otherwise, just call me Loka.
She like... Oh.
Okay. Now, you owe me a gold.
Hassan will take out a gold piece.
Hassan, when you go into your wallet, you notice that it's about 5 gold lighter than last time you looked at it.
Oh.
Nice.
Hassan just goes, takes out the gold, puts it in Loka's hand. It would appear that I have also been slightly robbed.
Slightly.
I didn't do the robbing. You told me you were gonna give me money.
I did, and I'm not saying it was you. I'm just, here's your gold, friend.
Fehu kind of looks at you, son. Robbed?
Oh, I just remember there being more. I do distinctly remember there being more coin in this pouch than there was before. But I suppose I never even saw him. Could have been a long time ago. I don't generally check on this very often.
Keep an eye on it and keep a hand on your purses. There are a lot of visitors in town, and while I'm not one to make accusations, obviously, I'm going to maybe try and keep a closer eye on things. We've population's a little bit higher than we expected, you understand. Anyway, now that that's settled, have a lovely time. If you want to, like, dip your feet in it, be in the shallows a little bit, that's fine. But just understand that other people need to drink that, okay, Earl?
Okay.
Excellent. You all have a wonderful day. Hope to see you at the festival this evening. I have to go. She flies off.
Seisan just kind of slumps. He looks to Ooh and said, "So what is a Lokatha doing in the desert?
What is an Aarakocra doing in the desert? What are two Aarakocra doing in the desert? What are any of us doing anywhere?
True.
I
Ask
guess
me
you're
more
right. Hassan will just look. We'll look at Poppy. We'll look at down at Poppy. May I pet the May I pet the beaver?
Puppy, are you gonna be nice? He bit the last person that tried to pet him.
Puppy
Tuck
just
your
like
fingers.
kind of looks up at you, Hassan, and like you see like big teeth. Not like it's not smiling, it's not frowning. There's not a thought behind those eyes. It's just looking at you.
It's really just Jinx the cat. Hold on, let me find the image.
It kind of like it looks up higher. It's used to looking up at Loka. It looks like up higher and higher at you, Hassan, and just falls flat on its back. Its belly is now exposed.
Oh, he likes you.
That's a very good. Hassan will just scratch the back.
Puppy seems amenable to belly scritches.
Thanks, bro. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing, bro? Come on. It's James.
I'm concerned.
It's so true.
Wide-eyed.
God.
It's Jinx the cat.
That's not wrong.
Hassan will just like scratch the belly and say, "I suppose I should have rephrased my questioning. So what brings you? What brings you here?
Why are you here? This festival, silly.
Yeah, I suppose, but gods, I wasn't meant for this, was I? What am I doing here?
Christ.
You already asked me that question. I don't know how to answer it anymore.
I know, but just what specifically about the festival? Like, there has to be something that interests you that would have you come here.
It's the lightning.
Just the lightning?
Does nobody like just the primal experience of a storm?
One of the merchants nearby is just like, I do.
Thank you.
I mean, there's so much more to enjoy about it. Think of how long this has been happening. What it means to everybody around you. Means to everybody around you. Isn't there not more to enjoy than just the thing itself? The history?
I don't really care about the history of it. I just want to watch the pretty lightning.
Okay.
There are people like you who like doing that sort of thing. And there are people like me that just like the experience, you know? I don't know.
Well, okay. That's fine. I'm going to go get a drink. Enjoy yourself. And Hassan just sort of has not gotten what he wanted out of this interaction at all. And starts to drink water.
Sadly.
It's nice water. It's surprisingly cool. In contrast to like most water you drink from the desert in general is very warm water. But like, yeah, this oasis water's like refreshing and cool. Tastes a little bit like fish. Just a little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
Like quickly dunking a tea bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Hint of fish in this wine.
Excellent. Pashmina, it's getting closer to, I want to say like late midday. The whole town kind of takes a bit of a break around noon, just because it's so goddamn hot. But it's like starting to cool off now. People are kind of starting to aggregate, and it's getting closer to performance time. Tanya has sent a couple of folks. I have names. I can say specifically. Freda and Roven. To basically be like hawkers for the show for the time being. And they're like going down all the caravans, going to all the tents, walking down the main thoroughfare, going to the market, basically going like, show in town! Come see the dancing! We've got lots of performance. We've got like 90 minutes of performance before the thing. Come see the pre-show. We're doing the thing. Free to watch, but please be willing to donate if you want to participate or get our merch.
Check our merch down in the description, guys. And don't forget to subscribe. Only 97% of people watching this video
oh my god
are subscribed. If you want better content like this here, like our festival, hit that subscribe button. It's so much more life.
Modern busking.
I don't see these buttons.
One of the dancers just like stares off into the distance and goes into a haze saying all of this, and it's just like, oh, they have heat stroke for sure. We gotta get them inside.
Joining our Patreon tier 1 subs get access to our private Discord.
Tanya's just like ushering this person inside and like pouring water over their face.
It'll be okay.
Channel,
It'll be okay.
It's all right.
Twitch VODs live from the festival.
Man, all right? You've got like actual desert fever. We gotta get you inside. Ooh, all right. Okay, it's gonna be okay, hon. It's gonna be okay.
We're the clerics.
Yeah. Gets brought to Fayhu specifically for a little bit of healing.
Chat, can we get a weird chant?
Tanya's the caravan is actually selling little stamped tin coins, as like a commemorative thing. If you donate any amount of money, they'll give you a little tin coin in commemoration. And they have like a whole stack of them, and they're produced very cheaply. Like there's literally one of the pieces of equipment is like a hammer that has a little punch on it that probably, if you have a strong man, I know it's not really like a carnival, but like
definitely one of the dancers is known for like being able to lift the other dancers, like being strong.
Yeah, and they like long nights or whatever, just like pounds some out and gets like, I don't know. You have probably a couple hundred of them on hand.
Totally.
But yeah, they're advertising. The stage is all set up. Tanya's going through her final checklist. You're about to do performance, and all of the rest of you in town are completely free to like come check it out if you would like to.
Yes. Support my friend.
Absolutely. Do you have any kind of like short-term pre-game ritual, Pashmina?
She actually probably does sit and do some like monk-esque mindfulness exercises.
Some capital M meditation.
Right. And takes kind of a breather before the actual performance starts. Like, gives herself time to, like, rest so she's not exhausted.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gathering quite a crowd. This is easily the biggest Glittering Sands performance you have ever done. There are a ton of people gathered, like a kind of startlingly large amount of people gathered. You can tell that, like, especially the locals seem to be very glad that the whatever like merchant, and it looks like there's even like a tourist band from Althra, basically, like that has come in for this particular performance. Very glad they have their own accommodations, because this many people would not have been able to like stay here under the town's own accommodations.
Right. Yeah.
Which means that Tanya's actually made a little bit of an adjustment to the stage. It mostly just set it a little further back. It's nice that it's in wagons, so it's remaneuverable, because they just need to make more room for all the people. Yeah, and Tanya kind of gives you a performance like, welcome all to the Tanya's Traveling Tale-Teller's performance for the Glittering Sands Festival. It's going to be a delight. It's going to be a wonder for all of you. Please sit down, children in front. Like, very much kind of prepping the crowd for the whole thing. Relative to front and back, where are other players kind of arranged in the crowd?
I know.
Please.
Based on a thing that you sent to me, I'd like to follow up on one of those things. Loka is in the back, not even seated. He's found, or maybe even created at a certain point, or fashioned some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Barrel, so that he can stand on and give him some sight.
Mm-hmm.
You
may be bartered with one of the merchants for an empty barrel.
Ooh, maybe.
Cheap, like it's just containers. It's probably like a copper or two.
Yeah. He wants to scan the people walking around and see if he can't tell if somebody is there with nefarious intent.
Interesting.
Maybe somebody who pocketed 5 gold.
Maybe. Who knows? We'll get to that. So yeah, kind of in the back, kind of like basically in a position to watch the performance, but mostly to watch the crowd, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. Especially with such a large crowd, you're probably far to the side, just so you can kind of see the whole length of the crowd. If that would make sense.
Sure.
How about Hasan and Zoran?
That's funny, because I also want to scan the crowd.
Other side of the crowd.
Yeah, there.
No, same side of the crowd.
Let's do it. You
Sure.
know what, Bestie? Let's go.
They're like right next to each other.
Yeah. I think that would be hilarious.
You see a fish person standing on a barrel, and you see a human ? With fox ears and a tail. We can resolve that later.
I just think it makes sense that Zoran's just not paying attention to Loka. I'm sorry, Loka, but I don't think they've really noticed you yet.
That's okay. You will.
Yeah, they will. And I just think they want to, like... Oh, please, go on.
No, sorry. Didn't you?
Sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Zoran would like to scan the crowd for basically anyone of, like, notable worth or standing.
Sure, yeah.
That seems like they have come in and, like, are a little more to-do, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, I'm gonna do a funny roll. I have to reopen. I have so many things on my desk.
Let's have both of you roll for that. I'll give you a choice of Zoran, you're probably gonna want to roll insight.
Okay.
To try and like kind of get a bead on these people's kind of like social standing, broadly speaking, kind of maybe where they're from, and looking for any particularly high status individuals. And Loka, I'm gonna ask for perception from you, kind of looking for not anyone in specific or trying to get insight into anyone specifically, but just kind of trying to scan the crowd for misdeeds, broadly speaking.
Yeah. I rolled 14.
Okay.
I rolled a 19.
19, okay.
Damn it. You did so much better than I did.
I rolled a 16. I only have a +3.
Also looking for other things, different things. So,
yeah, exactly.
I will tell you the results of your findings, Loka, at the end of the performance.
Okay.
And for you, Zoran, as you kind of look at the crowd seated here, you see probably the relevant like leaders and locals probably stand out to you first. So you have Fehu, who is in attendance, and Sir Suran, who's the leader of the Misty Veil Inn.
Yes.
There's someone nearby, actually, a tiefling with kind of this like heavy leather smock and kind of like tools at her belt, who is standing nearby to the two of them. They're kind of like talking as a trio. Beyond that, you have probably the. I'm just gonna go descending order in like status wise. Probably the Thronian tourists. It looks like there's a group of folks that are kind of seated together, gathering together, socializing together, almost like a camping party, right? That they're wearing very traditional kind of like market garb for Althra. And like clearly have just a ton of money. They have like, I think they're sharing a keg currently that they brought with them to the dance performance. That they're like meeting out into these little like crystal goblets, and they clearly have like attendants with them. That appears to be some subset of the wealthy elite of Althra who are come out here to like check out the festival and have it's like going to Oktoberfest for them a little bit.
Yeah.
Beyond that, you have your merchants who are definitely here for the entertainment, but they are clearly like if people were traveling business class. They are here to do business as much as they are to be entertained, and you can kind of clearly tell that even in the seating arrangement, they're kind of like schmoozing with each other and making connections and networking and whatnot. With that much insight, you can kind of gather that like that's part of the real purpose of this. Like this is a cute festival. It's a good time. It's a nice place to hang out. But like they're actually here to meet up with the other merchant trains.
Exactly. Sharon gets it.
Yeah, and then beyond that is just like all your other visitors and merchants. So there are a lot of people who are just here for the festival. They don't have a ton of money to spend, but they've got enough to get food at the market and stay in tents and hang out. Maybe some folks looking to strike it rich with the excavation contest later. But mostly people who are just like here for a good time.
Yeah. Then
the Thronian Guard have also showed up. They just want to see the show.
I'm sure. I think since you asked the question earlier where we would be standing for the performance itself, I think Zoran honestly would probably just saddle up right next to Feihu and Sosaran.
Yeah. Feihu's happy to see you there. And kind of gives you a curt nod and continues on with her conversation.
Yeah. And they will just kind of patiently wait pretty much there, and if they are included, happily join, but otherwise, to mind their business.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Are just happy to be there. Are they talking to the tiefling and like the smock?
Yes.
Okay.
They're having kind of a not like hushed conversation, but just kind of a conversation about like how things are going. There's some expression of surprise about the festival in general. If you want to make some sort of maybe an additional perception check if you want to like kind of listen in on their conversation. You want to get some juicy secrets.
If they're so cute.
Yeah, go for it.
Just because Fox here.
Yeah, I would actually like to give you disadvantage on this, just because you're in the middle of a big crowd. And because I'm imposing disadvantage on you, you get inspiration.
Oh, thank you so much. So it's disadvantage on perception?
Correct.
Okay. That's really good. That's not as good, unfortunately. So that is going to be an 11.
11's pretty good. You get the gist of the conversation, but maybe not so much. It's kind of deeper implications. You notice they're talking a little bit about there has been a number of pickpocketing incidents going on.
I see.
And they're kind of, you can tell that like they too are kind of scanning the crowd, and now that like most of the village is gathered here right now, there's some talk of like maybe asking the Thronian guards for a little bit of support, even though Feihu was basically openly mocking them earlier. But if they can get some kind of support, maybe they can strike a bit of a deal there.
Yeah, for sure.
The tiefling mentions her shop, but doesn't really elaborate. and it's probably around then that the performance proper actually starts.
How long does the performance last?
I'll let Pejmina answer that. And by
Okay.
Pejmina, I mean Hannah. Hasan, where are you seated?
At the front. Yeah, with gold in hand. Protective, but also protective of gold. Support friend, wants to be in sight.
Precious.
That's it.
Excellent. Pejmina / Hannah, would you mind telling me a little bit about how this performance goes?
Yeah,
I can certainly help fill in some details, but I would like you to describe especially Pejmina's specific performance.
Yeah.
I'll give you XP if you do all of it.
I'll try my best.
There's no time if I can do a funny. That's all. I just want to see like the rough time estimate for it.
Time estimate. I think we said like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Of
It's like a full concert.
Okay.
Dancing is on and off. Sometimes there's just music. Sometimes there's dancing. It's a mix of things.
It's hard to do like a full thing when it's such a physical performance. Like it's hard to play for hours and hours when it's a small group and doing lots of athletic stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of magic being used.
Only have so many spell slots.
I'm going to do a funny while this performance is going on. I'm going to cast Wrist Pocket as a ritual and send all of Zoran's money into the lantern.
Absolutely.
So it lasts an hour. So not the entire thing, but with the reports of pickpocketing being around, they're going to play it a little on the safer side.
Just zoop it in there. Would you mind... you're going to roll on your table.
Yes.
But
Yes. Okay.
We're going to do that in the middle of the performance.
Absolutely. I'm so for it. Let's do it.
So the music begins sort of... It builds slowly, so then as the music builds, the crowd, quiets, reaches a crescendo, and then all the dancers bust out of the curtains and start doing just twirls lining up along the stage. And once they're all lined up, Pejmina in the middle, 2 hands out, blows into her hands, and a basically 5 foot by 5 foot cube of like drifting like rose petals pop out and drift down all over the children and dissipate.
They are delighted.
And then they just go into this big grand dance. They're dancing amongst each other. They're doing little back and forths with the audience. Some of it is lightning themed, and some of it's not really. Some of it has nothing to do with the festival. Some of it does.
It's hard to compete with lightning. So, like, it makes sense to kind of stay in your lane when it comes to the performance, I suppose.
It's also difficult not to make lightning scary. So, they're not exactly shooting lightning out at the crowd with this stuff. But there's hints of it there, celebrating the desert and the lightning, and just all the ideas behind that. But mostly it's just a lot of song and dance and stories.
Yeah. It's an excellent time. It's a good time. Good time will be had by all. Around the middle, when the acrobats are doing maybe a particularly delicate balance, and you may be taking your own little respite for the time being, Pejmina. Although I do have an additional question in a bit. Zoran, would you mind rolling on your special table?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Oh no.
Zoran makes lightning strike the crowd.
No. Wait, there's no way this is the first one.
What did you roll?
What?
81.
Is that
Okay.
the fireball cast on self?
That's
What
excellent.
Have you done? What have you done?
So, Zoran, you're watching this performance, and you are really kind of like getting into it, and you're really there's a very like one of the bards is engaging in some oratory storytelling, and it's like this very like melodramatic, almost telenovela-esque kind of story going on as you continue to speak, and then you hear almost like a little chime come from your lantern, and you feel this like surge of arcane power happen like deep in your chest somewhere, and then it dissipates. Something happened.
I think they're incredibly confused by this, and I think they excuse themselves from the performance just for like a short bit. It's being like, still a little too hot in the air, unfortunately. Please, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
And they will excuse themselves and like kind of like duck around the corner and just kind of like shake the staff a bit.
Yeah.
Wait,
it's
what's
actually
going on there?
about at this time that your money pops back out of it. So you like, you're like, what the fuck? Shake the lantern. And your coin purse pops out, and in your coin purse is a folded letter.
Okay.
And you open it up and read through it, and it contains what you know it contains. And
Wait, they know what?
The letter contains as stated by your table. And as you're kind of like reading through it, and you note the signature at the bottom, it seals itself up and then disappears.
I think the color drains from Zoran's face. Immediately.
What have you done?
And they are going to go to the Oasis very briefly, because the performance isn't like next to the Oasis, right?
No, it's actually kind of on the other side of town.
Yeah. Zoran's going to go to the Oasis and just splash their face with some water.
Excellent.
And talk themselves down for a second, and then as gracefully as they can, like nothing ever happened, they will saunter back in and join right back in where they left off.
Incredible. Yeah, you join back in. Pejmina, do you use your meteor hammer in performance at all? Or something similar, like poi, maybe?
See, I
No
don't
is an acceptable
know.
answer.
Yeah, I think she personally wouldn't.
Okay. Just more of an answer.
Uh,
Absolutely. Yeah, so you... would you like to describe any more of your performance, or do you think that's sufficient?
That's pretty much to the gist of it. Pashmina's whole thing is weaving illusions into her, highlighted moments. So there are a lot of moments where it's like, she'll, reach out and a, flower, like, almost as if she's offering a flower, but then the flower just kind of puffs into, like, sparkly dust in the person's hand, and then she'll reach out and, that small things like that. A lot of crowd interaction.
Absolutely. So, between each individual performance, also take 100 XP. Did I tell you that already?
No.
If not, go ahead and take 100 XP for accomplishing your finale performance. There is a ton of crowd interaction. The crowd is super into this entire performance. They're going, yeah, they're into it. They're applaud every performer when they come on and off. They have, generally speaking, very good performance etiquette. They're very invested in the kind of like traditional theater storytelling. They cheer when there are heroes. They boo when there are villains. Especially the kids are super into it. And after every performance, they usually pass around effectively like a handbasket for any kind of donations, especially in such a large crowd. Normally, they'd keep someone holding it the entire time, but the crowd's just too big for them to get through the whole thing at one point in time. So they end up handing it around. Okay. Loka, you're keeping an eye on the crowd in general. And as this handbasket gets kind of like moved and tossed and passed around, it dips out of your sight a few times. It's a little hard to keep track of through the entire thing. But when you see it pass into the group of tourists, it passes out with less coin than it went in with.
Okay. The tourists.
The Thranian tourists.
Ah, okay.
The kind of like wealthy visitors.
Rat bastards.
Interesting. How many of them are there?
Half dozen travelers, a dozen or so, including attendants.
Okay.
So the basket keeps going around. It's still quite a lot of money. This is a big haul for Tanya's in general. And people aren't just putting donations in the basket. People are like tossing coin onto the stage. There's kind of a mixture actually of Thranian coin, Durish coin, from Dermund. Is it Darish, Mundish, or Darish?
Mundish.
It's Dermund. Darish. We're gonna see Darish. Dermundian. I already used Ian though as a suffix, so I think Darish is what we're going with. Darish coins, which are square cut. Thranian coins are like very neatly pressed. They're like very tightly minted, as opposed to Darish coins are similarly quality materials, but it looks like they're cut rather than minted. In addition to some like a little bit of miscellaneous currency and a few other denominations, primarily Thranian coin and a little bit of Durish coin. But like they're being tossed onto the stage, never at the performers, usually at the stage. But broadly speaking, the audience is super into it, and when the final kind of puff of illusory smoke explodes, the assembled cast takes a big bow on stage. And it is a delight. It's a huge success. Feihu claps very politely from the back row, as there are some significantly more enthusiastic hoots and hollers throughout this, in front of this big performance stage.
Yay.
Yeah, it's great.
Is there a donation basket up at front?
Yes,
the stage?
there's a couple on the corners of the stage, in addition to the one that gets passed around.
At least some of the dancers are like collecting coin from
right.
the stage as well.
Yeah, now that the performance is over, a couple of the performers are gathering anything that's been kind of tossed into the sand or onto the stage, and are now kind of like disseminating to kind of do kind of a bit of like a theater meet and greet with some of the additional things, occasionally getting extra tips. Also, just a lot of the performers are just kind of that was it. That was their work now. They have time to finish up. And, like, as soon as people start to socialize a little bit, Tanya's very just like, all right, we got to pack up first, everyone. All right, we got to do strike before we get to the party. And kind of recalls the performers to do other things. But kind of in that aftermath, Pejmina, you see 3 different people you have seen before.
Yeah, I think noticing Keisan especially, waves a little like scarf very, very passionately, excitedly, in their direction, and then sees the other 2 and gives more of a like, what? like, also waves the scarf in both of your directions, Zaron and Loka.
Luca lifts Puppy's paw. And waves.
You receive a trademark Zaran bow.
The technique's very important.
It has to be there, bro.
We have the depth whittled down to a specific degree angle. Like, it's very precise.
It quite literally is exactly the same every time. You can't go like a centimeter like lower or higher. It has to be exact.
I think Peshmina does a giggle and then does a more almost ballet-esque, like one leg up to balance and does like a deep bow, and then swings back and then flits back behind the curtains.
And Zaran will put some money into the donation box up front of the stage. Non-zero amounts of 5 gold pieces.
Ooh.
It's quite a bit. You notice most people are tipping in copper and silver. Which, makes sense given the economy of D&D. We are D&D economy is weird. The money exists within I'm using book prices because that's how it functions systemically. Baseline, copper's about $1, silver's about $10, gold's about $100.
I literally just tipped $500. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a huge tip. But again, money's weird.
It's also Zaran wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
So
gotta be a big spender.
I hope one of the performers sees that they're like way over tipping.
Oh, absolutely. I think Pejmina, you mentioned there are twins. Potentially.
I had kind of ideated that there was probably at least one pair of twins, twin dancers. I don't know who.
I'm gonna say Freda and Casca, if that is okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, a pair of human ?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Albino human? Maybe that's more interesting.
Sure.
Twins who were performing kind of notice you, Zaran, and kind of slink over in their very acrobatic way. they cartwheel in tandem and they like pose mirrored to each other in front of the basket and bow zealously before you, and just like, we very much appreciate your donations and your support of the show. And they flick one of the little tin commemorative coins to you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Cute.
It's they catch it and just kind of with like a wave of their hand, it's kind of like a coin trick where like it's in their hand and then suddenly it's not.
They kind of smile. They're not as far as you can tell, they're not like impressed in the same way that maybe like someone unfamiliar with they're performers who specialize in illusion magic, right? But they like give a very polite little like golf clap.
So they just did it to be extra. Let's be
honest. And it is extra, and it's great.
Yeah, and Zaran will just bow and say, "'Tis the least I can do, truly. Splendid performance, you and you all."
Appreciated. Maybe you can catch Tanya's Traveling Tale Tellers another time, maybe before next year. If you'd like to know our circuit, we've got a poster.
If you have an extra, I would be most grateful. Sure,
and for you've more than paid for it. Freda goes into the back while the other keeps like collecting and striking, and comes back with a sheet of all of the performance locations, basically up until they come back to the Phasia region. You can tell by the like travel report that they are headed east or west, far west.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And Zaran will thank Freda?
Yeah.
They will thank her very graciously and excuse themselves before, I think, finally spotting the fish sitting on the barrel. because I haven't noticed Loka the entire time.
It's a big crowd. There's lots going on. It's a very multicultural experience.
I think it startles them, like, abnormally so. I'm not sure Zoran has ever seen a before, like, at all.
That's just a big ass fish.
That is a fish.
The biggest catfish you ever done see.
Good tidings to you, dear traveler. Not wanting to presume gender, so they just panic.
You look like a puppy.
I suppose so. Might I inquire what you are doing in town? Do you perchance live here?
No, I don't live here. I am here for the same reason everybody else is here. I'm here to see the lightning.
Ah, the lightning. Yes, of course, of course. Pardon, I just haven't seen you before. To whom am I speaking with?
My name is E, but you can call me Loka.
Forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly.
I won't.
Understandable.
Inspiration.
Everyone tries. Everyone tries.
Did you say something?
Forgive me. Loka, you said?
Yeah, Loka, oh. What's your name?
They stand up a little bit straighter because they're being asked their name. Zoran the Extravagant. Trademark bow. A pleasure to make your fine acquaintance this evening.
Okay.
Alright.
Loka kind of like is looking past you a little bit because he's trying to keep his eye on the Thronian visitors.
Mm-hmm.
Who are packing up to leave. The vast majority of the crowd is like in the process of dispersing.
Yeah.
So, you look well traveled. What do you know about those peoples over there?
And he points to the Thronian travelers.
And they will look over to the travelers. You just said that they were like merchant sort of type, but not actually merchants.
Yeah, they're not here for business. They're here on a pleasure cruise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like mostly merchants or otherwise like kind of business owners and operators.
Mainly look the what's the word I'm looking for? Not homey, but like I want another word for tourist without saying tourist.
I was trying to look up like historical synonyms for tourists, and there just kind of aren't any.
Yeah. Kind of travelers, I suppose. Travelers looking to be originally from Othra or recently from. Might I ask why you inquire?
Oh, certainly. So I met, an Aarakocra. He had a lot of questions, kind of like you did.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But he owed me money, and when he paid me, he said he didn't have as much money. And so I thought, oh, so somebody's over here pirating. And so
Pirating?
I'm pretty sure it's them.
Well, I wouldn't entirely put it past some from Althra. Are you trying to confront them? Take it back, perhaps?
I haven't fully made up my mind yet. Part of me respects their hustle.
My man just daps him up. I understand. If you wish to speak to the clock guards nearby, I'm sure they can do something about it.
I'm thinking.
The difference between Matt voice and Loka voice is so startling.
Yeah. It's something. It's something.
You're about, like, probably 2 hours out from the, projected time of the storm.
Mm-hmm.
People are kind of already starting to gather towards that particular kind of hill, though, like, not with the expectation that's going to happen anytime immediately soon. Pashmina, you're probably done with Strike in right about now.
Yeah,
As
she's
the crowd is
already...
beginning to disperse and the travelers are, the tale tellers are starting to kind of, like, day drink and get on with their, like, all right, it's time to celebrate.
Yeah, probably already out of, like, costume and everything, just, like, back in, like, plain daytime clothes. I know Tanya wanted to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So once that's done, she'll seek out Tanya.
Excellent. Hassan, are you still in the air? Are you all kind of like huddled in the same area at the moment still?
Probably.
Hassan would probably, after getting the wave, would probably just go to speak to Pashmina.
Yeah, you would basically have explicit like permission to just enter if you really wanted. You were part of the crew as far as everyone
Tanya's
else
like, if you are around Hassan, Tanya is like giving you free reign of the place because she trusts you, just fundamentally.
Oh, that's very good. Also, Hassan gave like 2 copper. Very measly donation.
No, every bit counts.
My cat is on my desk. My cat is on my desk. Oh my god. Mamas, you want to roll the dice?
Fuck shit up, kitty cat.
I'm gonna roll my desk.
And my apologies for Hassan not having much to do. Hassan would just kind of look for Pashmina to do like congratulations and just say if that's okay. But I know like Pashmina has something to do.
Depends on what you want to do first. I think it's totally fair if you get there first. We can talk.
Oh, okay. Although there's not much, I guess, to play out. Hassan will just say, "Wonderful performance as always." Wonderful performances.
Thank you.
Say,
Thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering, what was the story this time?
There were probably a handful. I'm sure one of the stories maybe had to do with, like, the vague origins of the, storms. Like,
More of the mythical origins?
Yeah, kind of in a, like, fairy tale sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Could both of you roll history on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pashmina specifically roll with advantage since you, like, rehearsed it and studied it and then told it.
24.
Fuck yeah, hell yeah.
I got a 17. Was
Okay.
my highest.
17's good. 24 is very good. Pashmina, you're familiar with this. It's basically this. You know the story because you told it. You know it kind of theoretically, which is the idea that the Oasis exists because at one point the storm god of the ocean nearby, Ozai, looked upon the desolation of the Phasa and cried in sorrow over it, and her tears fell onto this spot, and that spawned the mirror pool. And her sorrow for the region has supported life in this specific location and for travelers coming to and from the area for centuries. Hassan, you're familiar with the story, and you know some stuff that gets left out of the story because it's not interesting or dramatic. In a lot of ways, it's less fun to tell, which is that the idea that the myth goes on, the idea that these oases are fed by interconnected underground rivers is not Ozai as this kind of heavenly being whose tear fell to earth, but rather that Ozai is the desert and is the earth in some way, and that her tears are less falling down, but rather bubbling forth from the ground. And there's kind of some conflicting efforts. With a 24, you also know that most actual churches of Ozai, anyone who really practices religion with the storm god, this is a fairy tale. This is not part of doctrine. This is not a broader concept. This is just a cute story. And most people who have actual creditable connections to Ozai say that the oasis is arcane, not holy.
They are the desert. Okay. Sorry, just writing notes.
He's on scribbling notes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just in character.
But Eli was, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hey Sam will just say, I did love it. I did love the interpretation, the way you visualized the tears this time around. The water was very, very convincing, and the tears specifically from that one performer seemed very, very real. It was
probably
wonderful.
because they were.
I see.
But thank you. It takes a lot of effort to delve deep, in a sense.
Joan is known for being able to cry on command. It's her thing in these stories. You can try and emulate it, but nothing does it like the real thing.
And Hassan will just sort of sit down, I guess, and we'll just sort of say, that's not the only story of how this came to be,
Oh no?
No, actually. It was something I remember the Kenku... I hope Cole tell me if I'm stepping on any toes here.
Please, by all means, continue.
It was funny. It took a lot. I remember I told you that I convinced the Kenku to make a brief stop here for me. They did not stay. It was a curiosity as we were coming to this direction. They all seemed antsy, and when I asked why, they said, "This place is cursed." According to them, as one of the Kenku flock who travel around the southern bend as opposed to the northern, this location every year at this time the great old wind themselves, Hav, the object of their worship, returns to this location and displays their wrath as they did thousands of years ago, just laying waste to the land and creating pillars as an example and a reminder of what they had done and for what the Kenku have to Kenku have to repent for. And
Oh.
and that's not all. Early, I recall while I was in Okro, early followers of Posen who had crash landed here figured it was a sign of their god getting a bit rowdy. It's kind of, I just always find it a little bit interesting to see so many little interpretations of what is may as well be just a simple yearly phenomenon completely devoid of any significance.
Yeah, wow. The fact that so many different perspectives could take it with so many different meanings. That's a lot less positive.
It is, but I also find it a bit, I don't know, beautiful, you know? Just like from what I'm told, a couple hundred of years ago, this place would not have been nearly as populated as it was before, perhaps just a few Kenku roaming the desert. But now look at it now. So many odd faces making this place their home.
If it really is a curse, it's quite the blessing of a curse. I might write that down. It's like blessing that is also
that something? Is that anything?
Yeah.
Gotta workshop this one around.
I believe it's quite nice. Either way, I was hoping that I would get to watch the lightning with you tonight.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. We'll go stake out a place on the hill. I'm sure you will be able to see me at somehow. Don't worry.
I'll find you. It'll be okay.
Alright. Well, congratulations again. It was very, very entertaining and enlightening to see the story performed.
I'm glad you liked it.
Be well. I'll see you in a bit.
See you soon. And then goes to find Tanya?
Yeah, absolutely. She's around and is also actively looking for you.
Okay, that makes things easy.
It does. And she kind of spots you and flags you down now that, like, most everything's packed up. You're kind of back in full survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
And she, like, sees you and sees your approach, and she gives you a big hug this time.
Aww.
And just kind of goes, and you know I'm obligated. We can't convince you to come with us.
Unfortunately, nope.
Understood. I'll ask no longer. Well, it's been a delight, and feel free, please join the revelry with us. We've got some time. But like I said, please do stay in contact with Feihu. She should be able to help you out in anything you need. And here, and your cut, obviously. And she gives you. Let me check my notes. Where's my cursor? There it is. That's going to be 150 copper, 310 silver.
Whoa.
And 2 gold.
And 2 gold. I mean, that's not nothing.
No, it's just how you get paid denominationally.
Wait, sorry, can you say it one more time? It didn't,
110 copper.
110 copper.
310 silver, 2 gold.
And 2 gold. Add. Okay, there we go. I forgot to press the button.
And then she also grabs a little pouch. And is just like, and for your travels. I know you won't be making as much on your own as with us, so here's from me. And gives you a little sack that's got another 15 gold in it.
That's... Thank you.
You deserve it. You're a wonderful performer, and we're sad to see you go every year, but This, if you want to think about it, this is insurance. We need you back, okay?
I think her bottom lip starts to quiver.
Oh, hun. Oh, come on. She pulls you in again.
I'm going to miss you all.
We're gonna miss you too. Stay safe out there, alright?
I will.
I'm sure this will be, I'm sure you'll have lots of great stories to tell us when we meet up again.
Always.
Always.
Foreshadowing.
Alright,
Nothing goes wrong.
I'm going to go get a drink. And she dashes off to the market. Pejmina, because of history, people tend to get, like, a little sloshed before the, like, lightning storm itself. Because it's fun to watch lightning when you're high, a little bit. But, gotta be careful. There's usually there's a type, this might be a good, people at this point are starting to gather for, the festival itself. And there's been kind of like a clear line in the sand. There are some stakes with little ribbons tied to them. That's basically marking off the "do not stand in this area" zone on the hill. And a lot of people are standing some way away from that. And there are a lot of what look to be either locals or veterans who are either on or right next to the line with shovels and brushes and tools. And some people, there's actually some merchants at the back selling shovels and brushes for anyone who wants to participate. And folks are gathering in general, and there's most of the commerce is happening at the market because it's fairly nearby. It's a quick walk if you want to just grab some food or drink or something before heading over there. Before you get started, Feihu is actually going to find you, Pejmina.
Hi.
And is kind of while you're probably before you start gathering, is just gonna Pejmina, I have a bit of a request for you. I know it's a little bit spur of the moment, but I know we have. Would you mind doing me a favor?
Absolutely.
Sure. And she kind of lowers her voice a bit. There's we appear to have a little bit of a thievery problem going on right now. And I just want you to keep a lookout, make sure your gold is safe. And try and keep an eye out for anything particularly suspicious. I don't know how long you're going to be in town, but just keep an eye out for me, will you?
Will do. I'll try.
All right. Right. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And she kind of she flies off in a different direction. She seems to be in a little bit more anxious now that it's right before the storm. You can tell that clouds are starting to gather over that particular hill. Zoran and Loka, what are y'all up to?
Funny you ask.
Actually, sorry, could we take a quick 5?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I'll come back to you with that. I apologize.
Not a problem. This is fine too. Trust
Need
me.
a break.
All right. BRB.
I think I'll also get a fresh drink.
Oh boy.
I might go grab a drink as well. Get me another Rotbier. So I'll be right back as well.
no, stop spilling. No, I'm
You
gonna
good?
I can't keep spilling juice. Make it sticky. No. Hate that.
What do we got?
It sure is nice to have money.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at my inventory earlier and I was like, oh, I have no money. 0 monies. And now I have monies.
All right. My question is, how do we do this?
Oh, for you and me.
Yeah.
I mean, just say I'm thinking of doing a funny. They're literally just gonna be like, go on. Because they will just say, would you like a little assistance? With a
Hello. I'm back.
And that's when I strike.
Huh?
Hmm?
Wait, what's happening? Who's striking?
Don't worry about it. You're getting your money back.
Okay.
Probably if nothing goes wrong.
Everyone having fun?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. Loka's so fucking ridiculous. I love him.
very
It's
fun.
so cute. I actually
And also-
love Loka so much.
Very hard to talk to.
That is intentional. He's not really one for conversation.
I kind of love them.
It's I think we've come to the conclusion that Loka is basically as maybe not intelligent is not the right word, but he's basically a Muppet, right?
Yeah.
Like he does one thing and he does one thing really good, like all of the rest of the Muppets, and then all of the rest of it he's complete and utter shite at.
Mhm.
So
It's just very good.
like he's basically who's the one that's in the trash can?
Oscar.
That's Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the
It is
Grouch.
Oscar the Grouch. Okay, yeah, he's basically Oscar the Grouch if he weren't such a grouch.
Oh my god.
He's just a fish in a trash can.
I'm so glad. Literally a fish in a barrel.
A fish on a barrel.
I kind of love that.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm glad that y'all can like understand what I'm saying too in that stupid voice. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's very good.
If you've seen the Muppet Show, you can understand Loka.
Oh man. Are you ready for this, Matt? Are you ready for the two of us to just absolutely go off?
I hope our dice do what they're supposed to.
Same.
You know, because
Well, it's not my dice, it's your dice.
this could go real good or real bad.
And I love it.
I am returning.
Oh boy. This is going to be fun.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Zoran and Loka, what are you up to?
Crime.
Oh! That's fun. What kind of crime?
We'll find out.
We will see what we are possibly guilty of or not guilty of in a bit.
Exactly. Yeah, so I had just pointed out that I thought it was those two.
Mm-hmm.
Or not those two, the Thranian folks.
How many are there?
There's about a half dozen visitors themselves, and then a little over a dozen people in total, including their like attendants and other like travel support drivers and whatnot.
Yeah, that's not the big one though. I guess the first thing is I do a quote-unquote insight check to see if Loka is just bullshitting me or not. I don't know if we just want to like do that or I just say like, okay, I believe you.
Yeah, you don't have to. I think what was the method I've seen most recently use it of just like you can ask whether you believe someone, and unless they're deceiving you, like I can just say yes. And it's not like Loka's trying to deceive you in any way, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Zeron will just smile and look down to Loka. Well, I guess, how tall is the barrel? Is Loka like my height?
I would assume so. Barrels are, what, like... I know video game barrels, right? They're like a meter tall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably about your height, if not actually a little bit taller than you.
That's fine.
Although he's probably sitting down on the barrel still. So you might be looking down the way that one looks down at, like... someone just shorter than them.
That's fine. Just like a little down, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they smile and just say, perchance are you looking to relieve them of their heavier coffers?
What would Loka say?
Oh! I like how you talk.
Would you care to make it Would you care to make it a little more interesting?
Yes, I quite like relieving people of their burdens. I think you know work swimmingly well. Little fist joke for you.
That's fabulous! And he actually like bursts out into laughing at that one. Like it's the funniest thing he's ever heard.
That's the first time that anybody's actually ever laughed at that. Thank you.
I haven't heard that one before. That is truly remarkable. But please, may I propose a plan?
Oh, sure.
I can give a more thorough description of like who all is part of that party too, if you would like.
I mean, I don't personally need it. Loka might, just because my plan consists of me distract, Loka steal.
I think the most important detail is they do have armed guard in their procession.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure y'all were on that page.
Okay.
I have a plan with a capital P. And I will whisper my plan to Loka. Which, for those on the recording and who are not Matt and myself, I have two very fun spells that work very well for this exact scenario, which are called Invisibility and Enthrall.
All right.
Plan. Cast invisibility on Loka. Loka go in. I go in. I use Enthrall. Get everyone's attention. Or try to. Loka do a steal. Loka get the heck out of there. We rendezvous at a different point.
Damn.
Win-win. That's his plan.
I like this plan.
Yeah, you absolutely may do that if you want to. When? People are gathering to do a big celebration at the moment.
Oh, is it like a big are they going to a celebration?
The lightning part of the glittering sands part of the Festival of Glittering Sands is about to happen.
Part of me wants to see it, but this is money on the line. Someone stole from, I guess, dear bird friend of mine, who I've met exactly twice and didn't remember the second time. But hey, they stole money.
Well, wasn't there, unless I'm misremembering, wasn't there like 2 hours left from after the performance till that started?
Yes, there was.
Has 2 hours passed?
It has for Pejmina and Hassan, but it hasn't necessarily for Zeran and Loka.
That's what I meant. I was just like, damn, we were just standing there for 2 hours.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was like, I don't think the clock has technically advanced for them the same way it has for...
Yeah, so you've got some time.
So, Okay, I have a plan. I can work with this. I will go ahead, or Zoran will, because it's not me. Zoran will go ahead and tap Loka on one of their fins on the top and cast invisibility on them.
So you're doing this while the merchant party is still kind of in the process of dispersing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And then I guess Zoran will just kind of be on the side and just be give me a sign to make sure you are still here so I know that it worked properly. And I didn't just teleport you to an elemental plane by accident.
For the rules of invisibility, what am I allowed or not allowed to do?
You can do anything.
The
as
biggest
long as you
things...
don't attack or cast a spell.
Yeah, the biggest things is you can't attack and you can't cast spells.
Okay.
Which are not things you're trying to do.
Yeah, I could still speak and be invisible then.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. Puppy, stay here, okay?
And then you either hear or see Flipper's Flipper prints in the ground as he jumps down from the barrel.
Puppy and I will meet you at the designated location.
You're now holding a beaver?
Zoran is now holding a beaver.
Because the puppy is actually tries to follow the footprints.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want that to not happen, you're probably just gonna have to hold puppy.
Zoran will hold puppy.
Wet beaver.
Wet beaver. Well, very dry beaver.
Well, I was gonna say, actually, probably not wet anymore.
Hello? And Zoran will try to pet
Oh.
Beaver noises.
I see. Oh, right. Well, off we go.
What sounds does fucking beaver?
So,
It's like the platypus noise from Phineas and Ferb.
so are the merchant or the tourists going anywhere in particular?
It looks like they're currently going to head back to their tents before they're planning on going back to they're heading back to their tents before going back to the festival itself.
Okay. And Zoran will just kind of do a little neck stretch, whatever, and they're going to saunter over and try to interact with these groups of tourists. So it's 5 or 6 or so?
5 or 6 tourists, yeah, but there's a larger group of people there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them. Like I said, a lot of them look like very, very mercantile class. There's maybe there's a couple of Aarakocra, mostly half elves, one full elf. They tend on the older side, broadly speaking. A variety of genders.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, hello! Wonderful show, wasn't it? Oh, quite right. Oh, yes.
Fascinating stuff, truly. I had seen them in Enthrall once before.
Oh.
And Zoran will look to one of them, and as they are speaking, they're going to begin casting Enthrall.
Excellent.
And they will point to one of the tourists, and like kind of like point at like maybe like a scarf or something that they're wearing. I would recognize Alvira's designs anywhere I go in the Fage.
Excellent.
Truly impeccable taste.
I'm going to make 6 wisdom saving throws. Your DC is 13? Okay. Fail. Success. Fail. 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 Success. Fail. Two of them succeed.
Okay.
But all of the rest of them are, like, enraptured, including the person you pointed to. So they're, like, all completely on you, as far as, as long as you continue to talk for the next minute.
Yeah.
So, Loka, you've got a minute. What's the plan?
Here,
let me describe kind of their situation.
Okay.
So their attendants are currently like actively moving their stuff back to the tents. They're kind of like coming and going. The group themselves of these merchants are like now engaged in conversation with Zoran, kind of like all surrounding this kind of central barrel and chatting, and you know just being social and having a good time. They're a fairly tight grouping. Most of them are looking at Zoran now. Even the ones that aren't enthralled are looking at Zoran. One of the things that isn't clear about this spell is whether the people who saved knew you cast a spell on them.
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say that. I'm going to assume no.
Yeah.
For the purposes of this. And also the fact that they're just, like, people. They probably don't really know what having a spell cast on them feels like, if anything, so...
They've seen magic, but they probably haven't felt it like this.
So Zoran has the focus of this group, and the attendants are still kind of like bustling around them, grabbing their things. They brought like little folding chairs for the performance, and the attendants are moving those back and forth. They had this like big cask that they were all drinking from, food platters, etc. Like kind of very typical, like very almost nobility servant stuff.
Okay. I know I'm not going to be able to tell just by looking, like, which one of them's the thief?
Can you go ahead and give me an investigation check, if you want to, maybe?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that's a 6.
Love it.
Yeah, they're a bunch of rich people. You can tell. So, one thing that just becomes obvious, like you only needed a 5 to know this, to spot this. None of them have coin purses. They don't carry their own money.
Yeah.
They're all wearing particularly, like, it's hot. They're all wearing very loose, very flowy clothes. There could certainly be something concealed in any one of their clothing, but no good way to tell between all of them.
Can I slip into one of the tents?
Like their tents?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I am going to ask for just kind of like... just a stealth check in particular to avoid bumping into all of the hustling, bustling attendants.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. That's a 21.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you like a ghost.
Nice.
I think in particular you managed to, with a 20, past a 20, you actually managed to like step. You have a very distinctive footstep pattern, or footprint is the word I was looking for. And you manage to kind of mask that by stepping where other people step, so it's not as obvious when you're walking through the sand that there's an invisible fishman there. But yeah, you manage to slip through into their tents.
All right. I perception investigation for finding. Ooh, stream has closed.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was having stroke. The stream had stopped a while ago.
It happens. We don't have the funny portrait.
Wrong one again.
No.
Why did OBS disappear?
Oh, lovely.
OBS is still here. It's still recording and everything. It just Discord isn't seeing it anymore.
Interesting.
Oh, there it is. Weird.
There we are.
There we are.
Cool. Yeah, I'd like to see if there's like a stash.
In the tents?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead and make another investigation check.
All right, that's better. That's a 15.
Okay. So with a 15, so you find their supplies. You basically get the layout of this group's whole tent setup. Like, they've got bedrolls, they've got all their stuff. There's kind of separate, like, tourist and attendant areas, but it's all just kind of open air. Campfire, lots of supplies. You do find, like, chests full of money, but, like, it's very well organized. It's by denomination. It almost looks like poker chips. Like, it's all stacked very neatly and correctly. Like, this doesn't look like something someone just grabbed. So, like, I think with a 15, you can be fairly certain that it's not here.
Okay.
That's probably a minute for Enthrall.
Mm-hmm.
And that's both of your spell slots for today, if I remember correctly, right?
That's at least second spell slots, yes.
You only have second spell slots.
Question mark?
You have 2 second level spell slots. At level 3.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Warlocks, yay!
You're right.
You get them on short rest, though.
Mm-hmm.
But Loka, you're invisible for the next hour, as long as
Yeah.
Zoran doesn't lose concentration.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Zoran, as you're kind of like continuing on and maybe like trying to kind of like maintain their attention, you don't know that Loka went somewhere else. You see like your spell drops, and the like kind of excitement in their eyes like kind of starts to dim, and they're kind of like, why were we like in the most polite way, like that's very interesting. And anyway, on to our other things we have to do today. But yeah, Loka, you maintain invisibility for the next hour.
I guess, like, trying to hold on to, like, keeping them for a second, because Zoran doesn't know
Yeah.
that Loka's not there. Forgive me for asking. This is my first time at the festival, of course. Do you perchance know exactly what time the main event, I suppose you should call it?
I think it's soon. It's actually all of our first times here too. This was like proposed as like, you know, an event for us to go. We've never. No, this is all kind of a new thing for us.
Fascinating, myself as well. Have you been to any others around the area?
We're trying to hit some of them. I think we're planning on going either west or south for the next one.
Fascinating. Yeah. All right.
I hear there are interesting vineyards in Dermund.
Oh, that sounds lovely. I rarely get out of Enthrall these days.
Yes. Oh, a native.
Yes, quite actually.
I suppose I should have guessed by the outfit. But give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Yes. 21.
21's good. Would you actually be interested in kind of spending a little bit more to maybe hanging out with us while we're sticking around? You seem to kind of know your way around, and you seem a reasonable sort.
By all means, I would be more than to.
Stella.
Stella, a pleasure. Zoran, you may call me.
Zoran. Excellent. Yeah, if we're actually just headed back to our kind of base of operations, if you will, and we're going to be heading to the festival once it gets underway.
I see. I'd be more than happy to accompany you for a short while.
Sure. Not all the folks seem like completely on board with inviting a stranger to hang out, but you seem to have particularly earned this person's interest, at least. I mean, it's a festival. Meet new people, hang out, whatever's going to go on, you know? And you can head back. You kind of would you like to hang out with them for a little bit?
For a short while, but probably not for a very long time.
Okay. You also kind of come and see their setup. Could I get a perception check from you as you walk there?
19. I keep rolling 16s.
Let's see. Okay. You see a pair of the group, the richer end of the group, kind of break off from the rest of the group as you are walking to the tents. Pass by the well that is nearby, and come out, and it looks like they're kind of adjusting their clothing when they come out the other side of near the well.
Interesting.
Just very quickly, like 15, 30 seconds.
Zoran will take note of their appearance.
Yes, it is an older elvish man, a half-elven man, and a what looks to be kind of like a younger Aarakocra. Kind of hard to tell age sometimes.
Yeah.
But she's in very, like, again, very mercantile clothing, very kind of traditional Thronian market clothes.
Yeah. And these two are part of the group, correct? Yep. Okay.
And they're, in group. They're not attendants. They're part of the travelers.
Yes.
They bring you back to the tent. You can hang out for a little while. You kind of get an assessment of their tent setup, location, whatnot, and you can leave whenever you want. Same with you, Loka.
Yeah. I think Loka feels kind of stuck in there right now. And we'll probably leave as soon as Zoran does.
Mm-hmm.
I think it probably is like a good 15, 20 minutes before... I think Zoran has, like, concluded that there's probably nothing to be had here. Have the other two joined again?
Yep. They only broke away from the group for a very short while.
Oh, okay. If it was a very short while. If it was, like, even, like, 2 minutes, Zoran probably would have said something out loud. But if it
honestly,
was, like,
not even. Like I said, like 30 seconds tops.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think Zoran will just kind of stand up and just go, "Oh shoot. I'm so sorry. I'm starting to lose track of time. I've promised a dear friend of mine in the village, actually. I would help them with an errand or two.
Of course. Please.
Perchance I will see the rest of you this evening.
We'll be at the festival.
Fabulous. Puppy and I shall be taking our leave now."
I forgot you were holding the beaver the whole time!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they think it's quaint. It's just like, oh, exotic.
Exotic.
Yeah.
Common river beaver.
Hey, it's not common to hear.
Not common here.
Look, all Midwestern animals are exotic when you're anywhere else. Yeah,
So,
you're free to head out.
Zoran will kind of leave and just kind of like hold the curtain open a little longer, as it looks like he's messing with like his staff to get it outside the tent to try and. He doesn't know if Loka is still in there, but to give them ample opportunity to get out and not disturb the tent like flaps if they're not open.
Yeah, he scuttles. He scuttles out.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage since Zeron's helping you.
Oh god, I'm gonna need that advantage too.
Please.
Holy shit. All right, there we go. I got 21 again.
Oh my god, yeah. You out without a trace. You actually, Zeron, you hear a little like pop, 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 pop. And
First
see
roll was a
just
5?
barely see a shot. Ooh, barely see a little shifting in the sands as Loka makes his way out of the tent.
Yeah. And Zoran will leave, take Staff and Puppy with him, and they will go to the designated meetup spot and wait.
You can also
Loka.
just like drop concentration on invisibility if you would like.
I think they're gonna keep it on for right
Okay.
now.
Loka will follow all the way there.
And when they finally get there, they like draw a little line in the sand. If you are here, my fish friend, just kick the sand a little bit.
I could just say that I'm here too.
That will do as well. Forgive me, I'm not too used to this yet.
It's okay.
Any luck?
No,
Hmm.
they didn't seem to be carrying any coins, and the inside didn't really look like it was a coin stash. It just was like travel money,
Mm-hmm.
which I could have stolen, I suppose. Like, they didn't need all of it.
That would cause a bit of ruckus in the area.
That's what I thought.
Now, Throns are known for their love of coin, poor. Even a single copper goes out of place, well, it does not end well. However, I am not sure if you uncovered anything, but I believe I did.
Oh, really?
There were 2 in the group that had disappeared for a very, very brief time. In that group, it was an older half-elven male and a younger Erkokeran. You said female, presumed? Erkokeran
Ladybird.
female. I saw them disappear briefly and return, kind of messing around with their outfits. I've seen enough petty thievery in my time in the big city that I know what it looks like. I've reason to suspect that maybe they have a little heavier coin purses. I'm sure you understand.
Well, if they went to... Where did they disappear to?
By the well over yonder.
Loka, like, just starts walking over there.
I believe you are still invisible.
Yes.
So you
perfect.
say, you ask that, Zarin responds, and you walk away, and there's no trace of the fact that you walked away.
Can I see, like, the sand? Like, can I see the little, like...
You see the little impressions in the sand as Loka walks toward the well. It's like it's on the edges of town. Most people just don't use the well because there's an oasis right there. But there is a little well with an enclosed little area. Actually, I have it modeled here.
Oh.
Oh, lovely. So are the tents like literally like the ones right there? Is that...
No. This is probably around this area is where you would have performed. This is actually the tent of the council, which is where they do politics.
Ah, I see. So their tents are on the other side, right?
Yes, these are the merchant tents.
These are where, okay.
Those are where the caravans are staying.
Okay, fabulous.
There aren't any like carts. I want a cart prop very badly.
Yeah.
You get out of here.
Zoran will follow the footprints just assuming that they're going to the well.
Yeah, and I think once Loka gets there, he wants to sniff around.
Yeah.
And see if he can't find anything.
Go ahead and give me another investigation check.
Can I assist in this?
You absolutely can. Either, so either both of you can roll, or one of you can roll with advantage.
What's your investigation?
+1.
Yeah, so is mine. Let's just do it both, baby.
All right.
Okay.
Ah! Got another 6.
Nice.
15.
15's
Oh,
pretty
thank
good. So you both are kind of walking around and checking this out. Zoran, you are walking around and you note on the interior of the well, one of the bricks lining the shaft of it is loose. Pretty big pavers, broadly speaking.
Interesting. There's not many people around right now.
Nope. It's a fair, like, most people are, again, gathering for the festival. This is already kind of on the edges of town, so there's not a ton of people around, so most folks wouldn't notice if you were doing anything around here, unless they were watching for it.
I think Zoran's gonna play a bit on the cautious side and just sneakily feel around to try and feel like what the brick is doing.
Yeah. So given a push on it, it actually kind of gives way, and you see that there's a fairly large compartment inside the interior of the well. And there's appears to be some kind of writing on the interior door that you can see, and there's a fairly large silk scarf sack in it.
Ah, there we go. And yeah, I guess just very quickly they will go ahead and that themselves.
Yeah. You grab it. You've got this, like, it's not, like, brightly colored, but it matches the clothes of the people you saw before. And it jingles when you heft it. It is fairly weighty.
I'll go ahead and put it into my backpack.
Absolutely.
And is there, like, a stone or something on the ground nearby?
Absolutely. It's the desert. There's rocks around.
Zoran is gonna ask Loka to gather a few that'll, like, roughly match the weight.
Oh, I like you a lot.
Yeah, he does that.
Fabulous. And Zoran will put all the pebbles and rocks into the scarf, generally in the same shape that they thought it was, put it back in, and then cover the little output for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good.
That is really good. Both of you take 250 XP.
Yo, let's go!
Hell yeah.
Nice little investigation. That's
and,
awesome.
And the, like, replacement is super cool. So yeah, you basically just took the coin and left the sack. That's similarly.
Yes.
You pulled an Indiana Jones.
Pretty much.
Excellent. So you, I would, may I assume that you put the coin into some kind of other container so you can keep it separate from your own?
Zoran's own coin is very meticulously done in it. This one's probably kind of, like, haphazardly thrown in the bottom, because I don't think they have anything.
Excellent.
Unfortunately. They're
Perfect.
going to get there, though.
Yeah. When you pour it out, you notice that it is only gold.
Oh, jeez.
Damn.
Oh, jeez, that's a lot. Can I see, like, roughly how much?
Between 150 and 200. They've been busy. There's a lot of people here.
Okay, yeah.
Assholes.
It's a lot. It is
Have
a
you seen-
hell of a haul, and you can kind of see now, especially with the weight of it, why they had to find some kind of, like, stash locate. Like, you can't just carry that around with you.
No, God, no.
Have you closed up your bag yet?
If you want to go in, you can go in, I guess.
Yeah, Loka grabs 15 gold coins.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, sure. I won't roll against that. Go ahead.
It's payment. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do with all this, but just in case something happens, we at least got 5 for you, 5 for me, and 5 for the other one.
Yeah, 5 gold. Yes.
It's insurance. It's just in case they. I won't say it out loud, but just in case they do it. Just.
Zoran just like winks at the air next to him.
I cannot look to you. Don't do that again.
Forgive me. Here, we don't need this anymore. And Zoran will do like a quick look around to see if anyone's like looking at them in particular.
There's just like no one in sight. If you want to be more specific about it, you can take a perception check, but
just to make sure like it's not gonna look really weird if just boom fish man just here now.
No, you'll be fine.
They're going to release concentration on it. Yeah. They don't need it anymore.
I can see myself.
Welcome back. And they will hand Puppy back to you.
Oh, Loka grabs him.
Mm-hmm.
And then promptly sets him down.
Puppy's just like waddling around the well, kind of sniffing at it.
Mutual feathered friend.
Yes. Let's go.
Would now probably be roughly an appropriate time for the festival to occur?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. You're all free to gather. Are any of you interested in participating in the excavation contest?
I have no strength.
It's not strength-based.
Oh?
Okay. I'll describe... Someone, you can ask someone around you. I'm just going to describe how it works for the purposes of folks. So, there's going to be a lightning storm. Lightning is going to strike the sand. It forms these super cool glittering sand, glittering blue fused glass structures. But they're buried. The lightning strikes the sand, and it doesn't they don't erupt from the ground. They end up forming beneath the sand and need to be extracted. So the contest has a few different axes. The biggest by weight, the tallest, and the most individual little lightning spines. And the way you'll figure out is by rolling a nature check after seeing the lightning strike to try and find a good dig spot.
You know what? What the hell? Why not? I have no nature, but why not?
You can do this in teams. You can do it individually. There are prizes.
I was about to say, so can Peshmita find Heisan? Is that...
Yeah.
Make that happen? I think Peshmita sees people, getting their, shovels and stuff ready, and, elbows Heisan, you should get in on that for your research.
I mean, yes, but I suppose, but I figured I could just, stand by, write what I see. I mean, writing is very important, and I wouldn't want to waste this opportunity to write and do my job, and...
Well, you know what's better than writing? An actual artifact. Right? You could even have it sent back to the, your home. The place.
Yes, I suppose I could. Would you hold on to this for a moment? Peshmita hands Heisan his journal that he was writing in.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's I will take part in this. And just kind of nervously just walks towards the site.
Safi is giving away shovels and brushes. Just here, take this.
Yeah, okay.
Free shovel.
Okay.
Free shovel.
Free shovel, free money.
We would like it It's free for now.
Gotta return it.
Is that okay? All right, cool.
Yeah.
I imagine Safi with googly eyes. Personally.
He is a little gremlin.
Like a little wooden puppet with weird eyes. Let's just
Jiggling around.
Silly. Yeah, and it looks like there's lots of folks gathered. Fehu is now here, the Thronian Guard, the merchants, their attendants, the visitors, just everyone's. This is the thing that they're here for. The rest of the town is dead quiet, and the dark clouds are starting to crest. And come to a big kind of storm cloud above the hill. Everyone's kind of standing around. The folks who are really trying to get into this sculpture competition are standing like right at the edge of the safety ring. And as you all stand there and watch, folks start to kind of ooh and awe as there are now sparks kind of flying inside of the storm cloud itself. And then the first great crack of lightning and immediate thunder. Usually lightning's so distant, but having it be right in front of you, that entire boom kind of like rustles the foliage in the nearby area, and a lot of the children cover their ears and watch as then another strike and another and more until it's this constant hail of lightning strikes down on this hill. And you kind of wonder how they knew where to mark it, because it's wild, it's lightning, it's this weird storm, but no bolt of lightning strays outside of the circle that they have marked. And it continues to strike, and you start to see little, like, puffs of sand kick up whenever a lightning contacts it, and then occasionally little glittering glass beads whenever it fuses together. Fehu is standing there and kind of like observing both the crowd and the storm itself. If anyone wants to, they can roll nature or perception or arcana.
Nature, perception, or arcana. Okay, thank you.
Guess what? I'm only good at one of those. Never mind.
Oh god, a fucking nat one. Okay.
Love it.
Let's do.
Y'all are very interested in this lightning storm. It's very cool.
I rolled a 13.
I got a
13?
12.
12? That was not bad.
Even with my expertise, I only got a 10.
10. All right.
I'm so glad.
Loka, yeah, this is awesome. Like in the traditional definition of the word, it is worthy of awe.
Yeah.
Because it is like we see in the modern era, we get to see a lot of incredible things all the time. When you don't have like inter-image communication, that's not true. You know, like photography is a very, very new experimental phenomena in this world. Like getting to see this in person live is incredible. So Hassan rolled a 10 on Arcana, right? Mm-hmm. What did Pejmina and Zoran roll?
Perception.
I also rolled perception.
Excellent. Then you'll both notice the same thing. So Hassan, Arcana stuff. This is a really cool thunderstorm. It's really impressive. It looks it is. If you have ever seen a thunderstorm before, it looks a lot like that. But just by looking at it, you can tell that it's arcane. This is not a natural occurrence. Like, the idea that this is some sort of weather pattern that happens once a year annually because of the weather conditions of the region is just a lie. Like, that is not possibly true. Zoran and Pejmina, I'm going to say you both notice different things. The thing that you notice, Zoran, is a lightning bolt strays particularly close to some of the participants standing at the edge of the circle, and as your eye flicks toward it, and it's a lightning flash, so it's just barely there to see it in the first place, looks like it redirects. Looks like it directs back inward toward the circle so that it doesn't hit someone. And Pejmina, you can tell, you kind of like notice out of the corner of your eye, Feihu is concentrating very, very hard on something.
Oh. Okay. Can I watch the crowd? Especially since Feihu asked me to?
Yeah, absolutely. Same 13 perception. Like, there's a ton of... Unless you would like to roll again. There's a ton of excitement. People are super stoked about this. There's lots of oohs and ahs. Some of the kids are kind of scared. But like, it's like a fireworks show. They either hate it and are not into it, or they like kind of start to gradually warm up to it as soon as they realize they're not about to be killed. And like, just kind of this general sense of awe. Like, unlike even your performance, there almost isn't really an opportunity to get up to mischief because everyone's just watching it super intently.
Okay.
Like, there's not no shifty business detected. Yeah, I along with watching the crowd, like, the only person who does not seem to be vastly enjoying themselves is probably Feihu, because she just seems to be concentrating very hard on something. And as the strikes, almost like popcorn, like they start to slow down, and people are on the edges, like, they'll like kind of take a step, and then there'll be another thunder strike, and they'll be like, oh, no, it's not done yet. All right. Wait, there's like this kind of tense, quiet moment where everyone's expecting the next lightning strike, waiting for it to come, and then nothing. And then Feihu, like, pulls a couple fingers into her mouth and does this, like, very loud, shrill whistle. And the people around the center of the circle charge in. And immediately, like, stake spots. There's, like, a little bit of a courtesy to it. Like, if you throw down your shovel, that's your spot. And those of you participating in excavation, I would like you to make some nature checks. To try and figure out, basically, either from the signs in the sand or from watching the patterns of the storm, where the highest clusters of lightning strikes would be.
Yeah, that's a 23.
Yes!
I got a 20.
Wow, okay, excellent.
So
I only have a +1 in nature. I rolled a nat 19.
That's amazing.
I rolled a 7.
Hell yeah.
You and me, baby.
I'm gonna roll some
little
other
squad.
for some other participants.
You're the most.
Okay. That's amazing.
Did everyone like crit succeed this?
No, they didn't. So, yeah, y'all like start digging and you pick spots, all of you. Loco, what did you roll again?
I rolled a 7.
Okay, sick.
Can I quickly just say,
Please.
he's not here to like participate in the contest. He wants to break off a piece of one of these and take it for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So most of these, like, a lot of the people, even if they're not interested in participating, like, there are kids out here with shovels and stuff, right? Like, people, like, this is souvenir shit.
Yeah.
People want to, like, grab one of these just to, like, have as a memory. It's a cool little artifact of this festival. And it's what most people are here for. Some people try to resell them. Some people, like, sell them as, like, an exotic thing further. Some people try and find big, thick ones and then sculpt out of them. Like, they think this is a really interesting, like, art medium. But yeah, the vast majority of people out here are like you, Loka. They're just trying to find, hey, there's a scorched spot. Look at this cool lightning thing I got. All right, I'm happy. I'm gonna go home.
So Pashmina isn't as interested in the dig, but you mentioned like smaller, like almost like bead-like offshoots.
Yeah.
And she wants to scan the sand.
Absolutely.
To try and find one.
Go ahead, make me a survival check. Or not survival, nature.
Nature.
But yeah, as you start to dig... 9? Yeah, you find some. There's, like, not a ton of them, and they're kind of scattered around, but you find these, like, basically little beads of fused sand turned glass. They're pretty rough-hewn. They have a weird kind of distinctive blue tint to them. that's particularly interesting. But like, yeah, they're just neat little. You find like maybe a dozen of them that are like big enough to hold in your hand and aren't just like gonna shred your hands with sharp glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, in ascending order, then, Loka, you find a prominent scorch mark. And you throw your shovel down, you start, like, digging into it. You maybe break off a piece accidentally while putting your little shovel in it. Or are you even using a shovel? Or are you just using your hands? Do you have any intentional technique going on?
I love the idea that Loka is kind of late to the party.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's just like finished watching this really cool thing, and just kind of takes a moment to like think about it, and then he goes in and he sees these kids like struggling, and so then he goes in and just like helps them out.
Yeah.
And then just like, Puppy's fine.
Puppy was probably absolutely
Not
terrified.
fine.
Yeah. I think Puppy's just like missing temporarily.
Bliss.
Puppy ran like back towards the open market.
Oh.
There.
Shelter.
Yeah, and then I think once the kids are like just starting to break it, he just goes ham. Just starts like
smashes the shit out of it.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
here you go.
Yeah, and they're actually probably like, you're kind of a weird goofy fish man, but they're stoked that you helped them out.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think they might think you are also a kid.
I would probably act like it around them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, then they're just like, oh, thanks, mister. And grab their little shards of lightning glass.
Excellent.
And
Loka,
you also have one.
ensures... Yeah, there we go. That's all I wanted.
Excellent. It's like, it's nice. It's got like a few little distinct lightning forks on it. Got that nice blue tint. It's like not quite opalescent. The thing that like purists, veterans are really looking for is like almost an actual translucent clear sheen, which is extremely unlikely given the chaotic nature of its creation.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got a nice little chunk. Zoran, you find a spot, you kind of identify a location of some of the lightning strikes, and then you're like digging and then digging some more, and it's just like, fuck, how much of this is there? And you end up with probably like a 3-foot long spire of fully intact lightning glass. It's very impressive. It's pretty neat. We're gonna roll for how many spines it has.
Ooh, okay.
It's a 3 and a 5, so that's 8.
Nice.
8 spines.
An 8-pointer.
Yeah, I think that is how the locals are referring to it too. Like stags. And Heisan, you start digging, and you keep digging, and you dig some more, and then finally you erupt this truly impressive location. You kind of pinpoint where in the storm the lightning was coming from the most, and from that you can kind of like ascertain what looks like a particularly unassuming position. And when you dig there, you unearth this profound spire. It's probably close to 5 feet tall, inverted, and we're gonna roll for spines. That's exactly 20.
Jesus.
Jesus.
It's huge.
All right.
It's really impressive. And, like, there are a couple of other, like, veteran expert diggers. One of them's a local, one of them's, like, a merchant who's really stoked about it. And they get pretty close. They're, actually, like, close to matching yours, Zoran. But the third biggest one is, like, probably just a little bit under that.
Okay.
I think Pashmina runs up and is like, oh, I don't think you're gonna get that back to the observatory.
Pashmina says, I don't think I'll need to. Hassan's gonna cast... he says, trust me, it's a very long... trust me, it's very, very long way up anyway. I could not... I don't know what I could even possibly get up there in it. And also, I have that notebook you're carrying. I can always just describe it. And Hason's gonna cast Detect Magic again.
Absolutely. Yeah, the glass itself is non-magical. It is mostly just the result of an arcane event. It's could have alchemical properties, could be useful for something, might hold some spiritual significance, but like as far as just being magical in and of itself, no.
It's just glass.
That being said, in your line of sight, Feihu is radiant.
Say, Pashmina. Oh, sorry. While you were up on the hill watching, did you happen to see spy an eye on the good matron over there?
Oh, yeah, she seemed to be concentrating really hard on something. Like, it was almost like she wasn't really watching, but was. Like, she was thinking. I'm wondering if maybe she was doing some kind of magic? I don't really know.
Thank you. I guess that'll be more questions for me to ask for her. But, by the way, this is... Wow. This is... I've heard of...
Sorry, continue.
I didn't expect this to be so...
Massive?
massive and... I don't know, exciting.
Yeah. You're getting some claps on the back. People are stoked for you. This is huge.
We did it.
So what do I do now? You know? I don't know.
There's actually like a little table with like a panel of judges set up at the bottom of the hill where people are like bringing their stuff. There's like a big scales and like a measuring tape and like someone counting spines.
I think Peshmina like tests the weight. This thing weigh like a fucking ton.
It is a 5-foot piece of fused glass, so it is both very heavy and very delicate.
We're gonna need someone stronger than us. Just kind of like looks around for someone who looks strong. Can we get some help?
Yeah, I think after getting their sculptures down, the like couple of veterans actually do come up and help you bring it down. More than willing to give you a hand to get it over to the judges' table, who are very impressed. Yeah, so you definitely win in the height category. And you are also going to end up winning in the weight category as well. You don't win in the number of spines. Zoran wins in the number of spines. Wait.
I got less.
Sorry, that was wrong.
I got 8.
I had the wrong order. Hassan wins in number of spines and height. Zoran's going to win in weight.
Yeah.
So you are presented with a little triage of prizes. For Hassan, you receive a spice box, which is just a box full of spices from the local market that are all fresh and this nice variety. And you, in addition to that, you are going to receive a flat 50% open market discount for the next day, basically, for the next time that you're here. And for Zoran, you actually receive a gilded dragon scale.
Ooh!
Oh!
So it's a little shiny blue dragon scale with like a little gold filigree around the edges.
Oh, that's so cool, actually.
Yeah.
Neat.
I am going to work on turning that into a piece of jewelry.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That is going to be my project.
Piece of an actual dragon. Yo, I'm gonna make jewelry out of that.
Dude, dragon scales? I got you. I think they're gonna spend some time trying to... Wait! The tiefling. Do they work in, jewel smithing or like any sort of smithing? Because
You
they have like
probably have to ask them.
But could I get like a general
try and
sense
ask
because I saw
around.
them? Yeah. Because I got a
do
general
you-
sense of them earlier.
So, of the kind of businesses you've seen in town, there is the open market, there's the inn, there's the dancers, kind of general peacekeepers, and there is an alchemist shop.
Ah.
If you had to guess, it would probably be the alchemist shop.
Yeah.
But they might do other things. There are a bunch of merchants in town.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll look for, like, if there's someone that dabbles in, like, jewelry making or whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll just like investigation. Super low DC.
Guess what? I don't got that. Guess what? Okay. This dice is rigged. That was another unnatural 20.
That's really good. I was looking for a 5, so that's pretty good.
I keep rolling 19.
So, yeah, there's like
I'm gonna roll in D&D Beyond. It still would have been good.
there
Yeah,
is a jeweler in the open market.
Fabulous.
That being said, especially with a 20 investigation, you actually start talking around with some of the caravan merchants, and they tell you that the caravan emissary from the Gemcutters Society was supposed to be here, and they're not.
Oh.
There's actually like a little bit of hubbub after you kind of bring it up and start kind of mentioning it to different people.
Yeah, you would think
there's
that'd be popular with all the glass.
Yeah, like they're normally a huge showing here because people, like, especially people who are visitors, right, will like get a little thing or they'll like go in on it and then have it cut down into jewelry. And the caravan never made it.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I might continue asking around about that.
Absolutely. With a
What's
like
your
20 investigation, I'll just give you another free question or two.
Okay. I'm just assuming this is like the Jewel Cutters Association based in Althra.
That's one of their
all
primary
markets lead to
locations,
Althra.
easily. Yeah. That is like where the society was formed. They operate outside of other places. They operate in like the Phasia region in general. Usually more along the mountains because they need access to the mines.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are primarily based in Althra.
Would that be a free question, or is that just like me asking?
No, you just know that.
Okay.
As like a previous resident of
native?
Althra, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess first question is, were they traveling with anyone? Or do they
Just
normally
as a
travel?
caravan.
Just on their own?
Yeah, typically like merchant chains can like link up. Most of the people who arrived here basically like started in different locations and then became a full caravan train. It's just safer that way with like bandits and weather and resources and whatnot. But it seems like the Gemcutters Guild actually got out a little late and couldn't actually catch up with the rest of the caravan train. And they just figured they'd be late, but they never arrived.
Interesting. I guess my second question would be for, like, merchants in particular, like, who were doing some of these caravans. Just, like, a very subtle, like, how were the roads getting here?
Yeah.
Like, just kind of, like, getting, like, a general vibe. It's just, like, were they stopped by people? Were they possibly, like, attacked? Did they get here safely?
Absolutely. So, a couple different merchants, specifically from different trains, mentioned that there were some like weird disturbances on the roads between Althra and Mirage. Specifically, like something spooked the foxes.
Oh, that's interesting.
And they didn't get spooked enough that they stopped or ran away or anything. Like nothing happened of it, but they saw some like weird movements maybe in the sand that spooked the foxes, but nothing came of it.
Could I get a general location from them?
Yeah, probably like equidistant between Althra and Mirage. Probably about like half a week's journey in.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. This is good information. Thank you very much.
For free, I'll tell you that one of them also mentioned that they heard something about the Gem Cutter Society from the Thronian Guard that are in town, but couldn't remember what. Just noted that one of the guards had mentioned it.
Had mentioned something about it?
Just something about the Gem Cutter Society, but can't remember what.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I guess Saran's going on a information gathering adventure after they're getting their little jewelry thingy done.
Yeah. So if you would like, it is getting darker.
Mm-hmm. For the record, we don't have to roleplay out the jewel. They just quite literally want to turn the scale, like get it like kind of like pressed so like there's a hole so they can attach it to like one of their hoops on the earrings on like one of their like more like animalistic ears.
Oh yeah.
It's like hang down like a charm.
Yeah. It's not even that expensive. Like unless you want it in a particularly extravagant metal. Do you want it to be gold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's spoil it, Saran.
It'll probably cost roughly its weight in gold then, which, given that it's just like it's already gilded, you're not looking to try and like elevate it so much. I'm gonna say it's like 6 silver to get all that done.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Remove.
Little over half a gold.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And they will wear, like, they just kind of like attach it to one of their ears,
yeah,
honestly, and they just probably wear it.
It's a fun little status thing. People recognize it.
Mm-hmm. And they will, I guess, go around and try and locate these Enthrall guards.
Yeah. They are, like, at this point, probably not by the board anymore. They're probably just kind of around wherever. But, yeah, let's say they can be found. One of them's in the open market, and one of them's... At this, so this is where like kind of the true festival begins. This is where all your con hotel after parties happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So like there's a ton of partying going on in the merchant caravan tents. There's the open market is loud, much to the dismay of the residents who live directly beneath it. Although they know what's going on, they're probably also on the roofs partying. The Misty Veil Inn is like in and out busy. They're still stocked, but they kind of like are intermittently either full or empty depending on kind of where the party is at that point in time. But one of the guards is in the open market, and you hear like you think you spot one of the other guards near the merchant tents.
Okay. Yeah, Zoran's gonna saunter over to the one that's like by the markets before going to the tent one.
Sure thing. The Thronian guard is examining the wares of a large minotaur person, who is selling a bunch of like weapons and blade oils and things, just like giving them the whole pitch. Like this minotaur is giving the hard sell of just like, oh yeah, this will cleave a skull in two. It's like when you really just need to hack into a purple worm, this will get the job done. Really trying to hard sell, and the guard's like somewhere between like a little intimidated and invested, where it's just like, well, obviously this person knows their stuff, but also like, I'm really not looking to encounter a purple worm anytime soon. That's maybe a little intense. And that's when about you spot them.
Okay. They're gonna wait for the proper moment to step up. Like, when it sounds like the pitch is dying down a little bit, as to not interrupt it, because gentle person. They will try approaching the guard. Pardon me.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hello, good evening. But I had a question, perchance.
I've got an answer, probably.
I was quite looking forward to seeing the guild cutters? Gem Cutters Association here in Mirage. I came a long way from Melchior to find them.
Yeah, I heard they got, waylaid on the way here by, I don't know, something. We met up with the merchant train on the way here. We ended up going with the same caravan. But, yeah, they were just behind. But I guess they didn't make it.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, they're also, missing, shit. You can tell he's, like, a couple cups deep.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we were here, right, is, we got the bounty board. And he kind of, like, he's, like, mostly out of uniform, but kind of, like, digs in his stuff and, like, pulls a, like, sheet, like a parchment out of a sack and kind of, like, shows it to you. And one of the bounties is a gilded scarab, and underneath it says, posted by the Phasia Gemcutters Society. The full listing is a magnificent jade scarab with delicate gold inlay, property of the Phasia Gemcutters Society. 400 gold for its safe return, and are willing to pay/negotiate ransom.
Interesting. Oh.
If you're interested in the other two bounties, I can read them to you as well.
Yeah, Zoran will ask.
Yeah. It's all on the same parchment. And you can tell that the guards may be a little out of it. I was just like, yeah, and the other two, there's a dude, another dude, and a gem, big fancy thing. And that's, so the bounties are for the Patch, a known raider and skirmisher along Phasia trade routes, recognizable by the scarlet red eye patch he wears, and the use of trained scorpions in their attacks. 100 gold alive, 60 gold dead. Posted by the Hawk Guard.
I see.
The Gilded Scarab, a magnificent jade scarab with delicate gold inlay, property of the Phasia Gemcutters Society. 400 gold safe return, and are willing to pay and negotiate ransom. Posted by the Phasia Gemcutters Society. And Prince Erasmus, kin of Sultan Samarabi and betrothed to their rightful spouse, Lady Sibella Tenon. Missing and presumed kidnapped for several months. 20 gold for verifiable information. 1,000 gold for safe return to Althra. And there's an like rough ink portrait included that is just kind of this handsome-ish man in pretty extravagant clothing. And that one has been posted by Sibella Tenon.
I see. You wouldn't happen to have an extra one of these pamphlets, do you?
Oh, we've got like a billion of them. That's a number that's too high for me to think about. That was what we've got a ton. No one took them. You can have, how many do you want?
I'll take a handful.
Sure, and he gives you like 4.
Perfect. Thank you. Truly. I appreciate it.
Such an auspicious number.
The perfect
Thank you
number.
for your time. I appreciate it dearly.
I'll throw down the
Thank you.
list in...
Docs and resources.
Yeah, I'm putting in doc. I'm just gonna paste it in docs and resources, though. One moment. I like that you can Control B to bold stuff and Control I to italicize stuff in Discord
good.
now. That's really nice.
Oh, can you in Discord?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Sorry. Allen Hayward, and he extends a hand.
Zaran.
Zaran.
Zaran the Extravagant.
You're
Pleasure to meet your
cute.
character.
Got the whole kind of fancy thing going on. It's good.
That's probably the nicest thing I've heard all day. Well, thank you, truly.
Alright, I'm gonna go now.
Have a fantastically
Stumbles down the stairs. He got drunker as that conversation went on.
I'm so
It's starting
glad.
to hit him. Jeez.
He'll do like the 4-finger wave, just kind of like the how I don't know how to describe it. Where it's just like the playful fingers.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
finger
Like
waggle.
your pinky
Finger
goes
waggle.
down first, and then the next one, then the next one, then the next one. Just that
Waggly fingers.
Absolutely.
wavy finger. And I mean, that's pretty much, I guess, the information they wanted. If like they had something that actually like went missing, so it makes sense that's why they were delayed. I think they just want to believe that they'll make it to town, if not tonight, then tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Understandable.
So, I guess they're going to try and find Heisan because they have their money.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to find, what's her name?
Feihu?
No. What's the name of the troops?
Tanya?
Tanya, that's it. I want to find them after.
Aw.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry I'm taking up so much time. We can do that
it's good.
after.
Um,
I'm fine with letting other people go if they want.
yeah, let's see who's up to what. Heisan, you're probably... What's the plan? It's revelry time.
Heisan doesn't know what to do in this situation. They don't have a lot of parties up in the mountains. There's not a lot of partying.
I think, Kashmina is actually probably, like, halfway encouraging, halfway dragging you through the markets, and it's just like, you should take advantage of this! This is awesome! You earned it!
I mean, most of my gold was stolen last year. I don't know what I don't even know what I have to buy. I have to budget. I don't know what to do.
She like hushes you, and it's just like, and then jingles her little purse a little bit. I have a little bit. We could splurge a little. And kind of smiles, real big, little teepee smile.
Oh, okay.
What else will splurge? The blood of your enemies when you buy this battle axe!
I will say the reason I was gonna find Heisan was to give them like the money that they supposedly lost.
Mm-hmm.
So I can literally just do that. And
you can
dip.
appear.
Yeah.
I can do that and then just dip.
No, stick around.
Oh, okay.
Trio.
It's funny because that is precisely what I was going to do. So Heisan is going to come
so
out.
good. Heisan is going to get money.
Meet up in the market.
It's
a collective location. There's a lot of people here right now.
Also, I think the first time all four of us are in the exact same with one another. Exactly. Let's go. Also, DM.
Mm-hmm.
What was the exact amount of gold that we got? You said like 150, like 200?
Yes. Count it if you wanted to count it out. It was, I think, 172 is what's in my notes.
172.
Yeah.
Okay, 172 minus 15. Because that's what
Yes.
Loka took.
Correct.
I have to math. I'm sorry.
47.
157.
57, yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Money.
Okay, that's all. Oh, am I just appearing now? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
As Pejmina and Heisan are kind of hemming and hawing over what they might want to acquire, I think Zoran and Loka both independently find them in the market at the same time.
Another thing I wanted to do was get like a little like box to put all the extra money in because it would not fit in my coin purse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can get like a box
silver piece.
or a bag or whatever. Yeah.
Just like one that would fit the money.
A silver will get you whatever kind of container you want.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want like a little container for the gold.
Yeah. And Cole, while we're acting this all out, do you have a dock of perhaps items that are on sale?
So the markets are pretty vast. Like, this open market has a ton of different sellers of various goods. What you're gonna find, generally speaking, is mundane stuff. Like lots of food. Lots and lots of food. some clothing. There's a very loud minotaur selling weapons. There's some kind of like in general adventuring equipment in general, the kind of stuff you're going to need to survive in the desert. Drinks, booze, water, containers. There's an aforementioned jeweler.
Okay. Heisan is looking at the food, like biscuits, biscuits specifically, dry biscuits.
Lots of
Stuff that
flatbreads, especially.
Yeah.
Things
All
that
right.
would be travel worthy.
Yeah.
Travel stable.
Yeah. Oh, so Zoran, yeah.
Awesome.
Heisan is also gonna buy some like premium fennec fox milk.
Worrying.
something.
A worrying implication.
I don't know.
No, I'm into it. I think it's funny. I like it.
So yes. So Zoran enter, I guess.
Zran will saunter. He doesn't enter. He saunters.
Swaggers.
You need to know. It's important. It's part of the lore.
One sec, writing it down.
They will enter, and I don't think it's that difficult to spot the two of them together.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, easily.
And they will stroll on by and clear their throat to announce their presence.
Hello again, Zoran, the extravagant.
Wait,
was
you
that the one?
know each other?
Sort of, in a odd roundabout sort of way.
Acquaintance. But
yes.
I believe you and I have met before.
I was about to say, we danced in Enthrall.
Ah, yes, the little dancer. How are you? A pleasure to see you again.
I'm okay.
And
how are you?
Performance, as always, I must add.
Thank you. How have you been?
I've been fabulous, truly. This has been the most marvelous experience. I've never actually seen this festivity at all. So it's rather nice to get out of the city and see some...
It's definitely better to see it in person. Hearing about it just isn't the same.
Wholeheartedly agree. Well, I was just stopping by. I was looking fine, actually. I was told that you had, in not so kind words, been bandited. And I've come to present a gift of sorts.
Oh, wait, you found... Wait, you knew about the... Who told you about the thief? How do you know I lost gold?
I didn't say banditing, I said pirating!
Oh,
dear.
that's what the word was.
Waddle, waddle,
You're
waddle,
here
waddle, waddle.
to help!
It makes a Squidward sound as he walks.
Jesus.
Oh,
Stealthy.
Oh my god. Loka!
Pasmina, hello!
Hello! What? Pashmina's just looks around, like, overwhelmed at all these people. It's like, I don't know how this happened. I've been to this so many times, and never once have I met so many people that I've met from other towns. This is, hey San, this is Loka, and
Yes, we've met.
you've met. It's like, okay.
Really a small world after all.
Well, we were all here for the festival, and I met both of them today.
Wow, that's. Pashmina's just like, I have so many friends now. I don't know how to deal with this. Oh no.
Heisan's feeling a little awkward, like, oh, these are all very strange people. Besides Pashmina. Pashmina, he just kind of stands a bit closer to, like, you two are a bit... Well, Loka's a bit odd. Zeron is fine.
Ron is Zeron. Yeah, you can say it. You can say it.
Zeron is Zeron.
The vibes are just.
So
They're strong.
Yeah.
I understand that you. Well, thank you for. How do you know that you got the money that you got was the one that was stolen from me? Also, thank you very much, Loka.
A very long. And
What do you
one
mean it's a
maybe
very long
told
story?
over drinks, perhaps.
Yes, perhaps. I actually did just buy something that perhaps we can all share a bit. Maybe we can regale me over, like... I hope you don't mind if I do a little brewing. Do you?
Brewing.
Oh yes, there are a lot of spices in here. You'd be surprised what you can make with a little water, a few dry tea leaves, and a buttload of spices once you combine them together.
Zeron's eyes light up. They're super stoked for this.
Yeah. And just as like a clarification, essentially he tends to make like fantasy chai tea.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But alright, so wait. So it was just my gold though? Was there only, I guess, well, should we like cut in this point to another location, or sorry?
I like it all in here for now. If you want to talk about the large amounts of gold you have sequestered away from someone else in an open air market, that's up to you. But you know, I'm not moving you unless you're moving you.
Okay.
Say the trade winds have been very fair.
I suppose we should speak elsewhere then.
How about the inn across the road? Surely there's a table open.
I could probably talk into getting a solitude booth or table. I've been at the inn for a few days, and as they say, money talks.
I would love that. I would love that, actually. I do not have a room.
Do you not?
Oh no, I came here just today. I came in just today. I have no doubt that all the rooms are full by now.
I wouldn't say it's the most comfortable. If you have a bedroll by any chance, you are more than welcome to crash with me for the evening.
Oh, I would love to, thank you.
Did we establish whether or not the caravan is leaving tonight or in the morning?
Tomorrow.
Or...
They're too drunk to leave immediately.
Okay.
Pashmina will put a hand on Heisan's shoulder and be like, the caravan's here for now, in case we,
Kashmir, you do also have a standing offer of help from Feihu.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, and I meant to tell you, I've been talking with Feihu, so maybe we'll have some kind of arrangements prepared for us.
Oh, that sounds lovely. But for now, drinks? Tell me what you saw?
Drinks.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was like clapping, like,
absolutely.
jinx.
I'm not tired yet. How are we feeling?
I'm fine.
I'm good.
I'm feeling
awake
pretty good.
until 4 in the morning.
Matt, are you doing okay?
I work 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. I'm doing swell.
Hell yeah. All
Okay.
right, let's keep going.
Lovely.
Yeah, so you, Eli, do you want to, buy the stuff to make chai tea, basically?
Yeah, essentially, like little mini heaters, I guess like a little mini,
Almost
like
a
lamp
Bunsen burner.
fire in a
Have
way.
you seen,
Little Bunsen.
sand-brewed Turkish coffee?
Ooh, yeah.
No,
they
I
make
have
those-
not.
Portable, though?
No, but they would
Portable?
absolutely have them at the inn.
Okay.
And like readily available. People. So one of the big things about this region in particular, given that the Natskog is so nearby, is coffee, like capital C coffee.
Yes.
And which just means that like, and people like it. Like one of the cultural quirks of the region is everyone likes it their own way. So just giving people, especially in hospitality establishments, there will just be like a communal. Here's the equipment for you to make your tea/coffee/brewed whatever. And they would absolutely have that at the Misty Veil Inn.
Yeah.
The ale is 2 silver pieces for a full gallon. This is not as expensive as alcohol, so I'm gonna give you like a silver piece for like to make effectively a gallon's worth of chai tea, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Hell yeah. And also like some like food. Broadly speaking, you can spend some copper if you want to get some food at the market. And just kind of like come back. If you want alcohol, please, by all means. But yeah, if you all grab your various accoutrements and head back to the Misty Veil, which is definitely full. They don't have any like rooms available. That being said, it's very quiet because everyone who's partying is not at the Misty Veil. People who are at the Misty Veil are here to sleep. So you are completely open to getting yourself a little quiet table in the corner of the collective meeting kind of lounge area, and having a private-ish conversation. The triplicate Kenku kind of, I'm not going to say children because they're like young adults, late teens, are definitely kind of like hustling around and giving people stuff and running errands, and they kind of help you get your brewing set up as you start to have your own little private conversation.
And so, chai tea for everybody. Does I okay, weird question. Is there such thing as like spiked chai tea?
There is if you make it.
It doesn't say that. Absolutely,
No.
surely.
I feel like that would go well with like rum.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh yeah,
yeah.
kind of like a kind of like a kind of what's it, Kahlua kind of thing? What's that?
Yeah, that would work.
Coffee liqueur, a little bit of liqueur.
Spiced rum, bourbon. Bourbon seems to be the popular option. I'm looking.
Yeah. I don't know if they have bourbon here, but yeah, definitely.
They've got a lot of alcohol. Some
Like a
sort of
little
liquor, certainly.
Yeah. But Zaysan will say, so, how much stealing was there?
A non-zero.
And by?
Is he asking, like, who did the stealing?
Yes.
There's a few... say, Althron locals come to visit the area. It was actually Loka here that noticed them.
Huh?
Our thieves.
Oh, right. Sorry, I've been just focusing on eating food.
How is Loka just like scarfing down everything?
Yeah, part of me really wanted to like get a little farther away from my microphone and just go.
You know, you should really tell Fahio about this. The fact that you found them, she might reward you, you know.
Ooh, more free money!
Well, not free, you worked for it. You found the people who were doing all that stealing.
Oh, that wasn't work.
It was quite impressive, I must say, and there was very much a non-zero amount of money obtained. in the subsequent raid, I suppose.
Speaking of weight,
Excuse me.
Like,
Burp.
oh man, oh my god. That got me.
speaking of weight, I've got the 5 coin that they took from you. I have 5 coin, and then I don't know what's gonna happen to that money, so maybe I just keep your 5 coins on in case they decide they want to take it back.
Oh, I already got my money, but okay, thank you. I'll take that. Thank you.
Who gave you your money back?
You.
Me? Well, then give me my 5 coins back!
No, what?
Pishmina's just confused now. She's like, who has what money? What? How much money was this?
No worries. Here's your coin back. Anyways. So, how do you all know Pashmina?
The funny thing is, I met you all in very different places at very different times. Zaron, I met in Althra. Loka, I met Loka a long time ago, on the way to the west side of the continent. And then there was you.
So just curious.
Fascinating.
I'm
Truly is a small world.
realizing I've been a lot of places, huh?
Yes, you have.
Where exactly have you been? I'm
Uh.
quite curious to know.
She kind of thinks for a moment. Well, these last few years, mostly running the Western Circuit. Performing and traveling.
I see.
And what about before? And what about before, though? Through our letters, you never really talked about your home. Well, actually, would have Pashmina talked about their home at all?
Nope.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. She kind of like runs a finger over like the rim of her cup. And her smile dims a little bit, and she's like, "Oh, it was boring, at worst, I guess you could say. There isn't much to say." She just kind of shrugs. Doesn't seem interested in talking about it.
I don't know how that goes.
Do your home bore you?
Oh yeah! Have you ever tried talking to sea creatures? They make very bad conversational partners. Don't you? You think the octopus would have something cool to say, and all they think of is how hungry they are. And it's like, I'm hungry too, but like, use your brain. You're a smart creature. No.
Zron leans into the table. Can octopi talk?
Of course they can.
They look like their world was just completely changed.
Do they talk often? I mean, like, and you speak to them on often, and you speak to them often?
Only when it's necessary, but they don't really talk very much. They don't talk often, but they can talk. And when they do talk, they're just hungry. And then all of the other little tiny fishes, They don't even speak. You can't even have conversation with them. So, like, who am I supposed to talk to? Other people like me? Fine. We all do the same shit every day.
I see. And your line of work was...
Oh God.
Ah, lore.
Shit, what would he have done?
My job was the same as pretty much everybody else's job. You know what I mean? Like, we all did work. And it wasn't for us work, it was for the matriarch. And the matriarch, you know, runs the show. So, then, whatever needed being done, essentially, is what I did.
No. And you got bored with that, so you came out into the desert.
Well, I didn't mean to come to the desert, it was just the closest land.
Yeah. Oh. I see. Just sort of awkwardly trying to make conversation. Just starts tapping his fingers, slips a tea.
But you've been pretty far too. I mean, when I met you, we were basically at the center of the continent.
Yes, but not nearly as far as I could have been.
Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
was-
That was directed toward Luca.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just went to go find water, honestly. The desert was so goddamn hot. I didn't like it. But then I heard about the storm, and then so I thought I'd come check it out. Wasn't that so cool?
It's definitely a spectacle.
Luca's just like thumbing his gem very happily.
Oh, you managed to get one.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna leave here without one.
Loka,
Yes.
kind of like handling the gem, feeling kind of like content about yourself, and also you've met one of our objectives. So...
Oh, is this for... Are you for real?
Yeah, you met one. You have successfully returned someone's ill-gotten goods to its rightful
Oh
owner.
God, I thought it was another one. Okay.
No. No, not the other one. You're gonna have to work a lot harder for that one.
Yeah, okay.
So go ahead and take 150 experience.
Nice.
Thank you.
And as you kind of hold this trinket, you feel, after having given Hassan their gold, and with the potential of returning even more to the people from whom it was taken, there's this sense of natural order in you, not in the weird, like, survivalist kind of way. Like, it's not a pecking order. It's not the strong rule the weak kind of order. It's everything belongs in its place, and there is a balance to things. And that's not a godly thing. That's not a magical thing. That's just how the world functions. And it kind of gives you this weird little sense of peace.
So wait, how long is everyone staying?
I'll be staying for a few days. I have some questions I'd like to ask Matron Fayhu.
I personally will probably only be in town for another 2 days, more or less. and then I'll travel wherever the wind leads me next.
I think I'm gonna go back to the earlier. I can't even swim in the oasis. Like, what? What kind of nonsense is that?
This sure is an unfortunate location to be someone who enjoys swimming a lot.
Tell me about it.
Oh,
There is
Well?
one thing I wish to do, but
hmm?
no, I don't know. It's just idle chatter I heard throughout the town earlier.
Oh yeah?
Do tell.
And Zaran will take out one of the bounty pamphlets and
Hmm.
point to the golden scarab. There was
Whoa.
an association that was supposed to be attending the festival tonight. Unfortunately, it sounds like they were delayed, and I do believe it is because of this.
Hmm.
So,
Rereading the the thing.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Reading the little entry.
hmm Gem Cutter Society. I was wondering where they were. They usually are very popular here. People like to get the glass cut into little gemstones.
Correct. Which is concerning. I was hoping to see them as they came here. I've dealt with them many times in the past, as you can see. And they point like they pat like the little like purple gem on like their like collar necklace.
Yeah, apparently. Wow.
Just a little hobby of mine.
Does it have any significance? Like personal significance?
A little. A little.
It's okay if it's also just pretty. It is very pretty.
It reminded me of someone I once held dear.
Wow.
But that's a story for another time. Do we have any more chai, by any chance?
Whole gallon of it.
Ron will happily take another cup. If you would care for one of these pamphlets, you're more than welcome to, but I'm quite alright holding on to a few. Tend to misplace one or two pamphlets here and there.
Peshmina will take one, but as she says, I do need to talk to Feihu. I think she had meant to give me some kind of work, but maybe if you wanted, we could work on something like this together? Since we'll be here.
Are you not joining your troop again? I was under the impression that...
She kind of sinks in her seat a little bit. I was like, I don't do the Eastern Circuit with them.
What? Western Circuit.
Western Circuit, my bad. I keep getting them confused.
Oh.
The Western Circuit.
I see. So do you mainly stay in the Fege then?
And she kind of nods.
Interesting.
It's just how we have things arranged. But once they come back, I rejoin them, and we'll redo the Western Circuit.
I see. Well, if you do have the time and you are looking to do something or want a traveling companion, I would be most gracious to have your company, dear Pashmina.
Certainly. What about you, Heisan? Would this
I would love
interest you?
Oh, of course. I would love to, as long as I get to do as long as I finish what I have done here, I'd be perfectly happy to spend time among friends. It has been. I've come to realize that most caravans aren't that very happy with stowaways.
You got very lucky when you found ours. That could have ended very poorly.
Yeah, it could have ended up in like a washing barrel of some kind.
I don't know, I find that if you just stay hidden, they don't mind so much.
I'll keep that in mind, but it's not exactly easy to hide. I don't exactly have a barrel to. I can't exactly hide in a barrel per se. I have to get out. I have to eat, and also I have these protrusions. Hasan just sort of flaps his wings a little bit.
I think it's relevant to note here in particular, a thing I think is very funny, which is that despite being in the middle of the desert, Loka is continually moist.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think Pashmina looks to Loka and is like, what about you? I know you probably need to go back where it's a bit damper, right? Or...
Well, I'd like to, but... I mean, if you want to do something... My only problem is, like, how are we supposed to find this scarab? Are we gonna comb the desert? Like, what's the plan with that?
We don't have enough information, do we?
Yeah, and like, where are we supposed to find this prince person? There's just not a lot of information given, so I'm kinda... I don't know, I can hang around if you need a pair of hands, but I don't really find.
Interested in looking for the missing prince as well?
That's a lot of money!
Ron looks back down to the sheet and just kind of like nods. It is a fair amount. I suppose if we come across any idiots, wouldn't hurt.
That's awfully high stakes. Pashmina looks a little bit overwhelmed. It's just like, I'm just a dancer.
I'm inclined to agree.
I'm sure if we ask around, and I mean, I still need to talk to Feihu, and I know Hasan wants to talk to Feihu. So maybe she'll know a little more? Just kind of shrugs.
So we all go talk to Feihu.
Probably. That seems like the best course of action.
If you would like to, I have a little business to attend to, but I would be more than happy to join you all later this evening, perhaps? And obviously, Hasan, I would have to find you. You can, what is the word? Crash in my housing?
Couch surf.
Mama, shy.
I thought that was a Donald Duck impression for a second.
No,
Holy
that
shit.
is Pat. I'm sorry.
She screamed.
He doesn't like her tail.
Oh no.
Turns out when you bite your tail, it hurts.
She doesn't really bite it. She just chases it because I think she thinks it's another cat. I'm gonna put her outside real quick. I'll be right back.
Bliss. Who is that? Who is that? Attack! Oh. It's like that comic of the dog looking in the mirror.
Mm-hmm. You are the good boy.
Who is he?
You are not cringe. You are a good boy. Everyone else ever just like stare deeply into a mirror and wonder if they can reach through it?
Well, I've thought a lot of things while looking at myself in a mirror. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like-
Mirrors invoke a lot of thoughts.
yeah.
Very existential.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Is Zeron back?
I think
yeah.
she's still
Wait.
living.
The cat is proving to be too much, too difficult.
Too powerful.
Powerful cat. Did they just post something?
That was me.
Oh.
Don't need no weak-ass cat. Only powerful cats in here.
Yeah. That's cute. One of my favorite games to play with my mom's dog when she was a little younger was I would sneak up behind her as she was looking out the glass window. It was a glass sliding door, so it was like floor to ceiling essentially.
Right.
And she would see me in the glass, and she'd start to wag her tail, you know, while still looking outside. It was really cute.
Animals really are just like the living embodiment of like, you know, like I forget what it's called, the fucking shadows on the wall cave. Like they do not know the difference between.
By the way, I'm back. I'm just eating food. I got
Welcome.
more food.
Did you hear that we figured out that cats actually do pass the mirror test because of selfie cameras?
Yeah, interesting.
Because ordinary, like the mirror test is that can an animal look in the mirror and recognize that it's themselves and not just another animal? And for the longest time, we thought cats failed the mirror test. And then when...
They just choose not to react.
Yeah, and then when taking selfies, whenever they look into like a mirror or a phone camera with their owner also present, the cat will look back at their owner and recognize that it's the same person. So they super pass the mirror test, just not when they see themselves. They just don't give a shit.
That's really funny.
Like, yep, that's me.
But yeah, anything else? It's getting quite late in the evening. The partying is going to keep going for a while, but a more significant majority of people are starting to kind of retire for the evening. Might be a good idea to, if you'd like to, you can still attempt to talk to Feihu tonight, or you can wait until the light of the next dawn.
Yeah, I
I
think
need to talk to.
I think Peshmina is going to excuse herself to actually go back to the caravan because she wants to spend...
That's exactly where I was going.
she wants to spend her last night with her fellows.
Yeah. And they're partying. They're going fucking ham.
Yeah, exactly. So she's not gonna miss that. Hell to the no.
I think Heisan would like to try and pester Feihu once before retiring.
Sure. Feihu's at her little house. She has a little house kind of to the side of the village. And is, that is where she is. Approach as you may.
I suppose Heisan will just sort of walk up and knock on the door if there is any.
Yeah, there is. And Feihu answers and is just kind of like, "Oh, Heisan, hi, welcome. Apologies,
Yes,
I
understand.
It's been a long
late.
day."
But there is... And I promise I won't be long. There is simply one question that I simply have to ask before retiring.
Of course, what is it? What's going on?
What is it? That storm is not natural. That I know for sure. And furthermore, I had an eyewitness, a good friend of ours by the name of Peshmina, saw you in intense focus. The lightning is arcane in nature. And by the end of it, when I as I was examining the glass that had emerged for magic, the only big indicators I saw from you. You were glowing with arcane energy.
I'm a sorcerer. I thought that much was... kind of thumps the stick, casts another illusion.
That is much, but... Yes, but I've heard of storm sorcerers before, but... What were you doing, specifically with the... to the storm?
A fine question. And I appreciate your pursuits of knowledge in a variety of forms. It's largely an effect of the region. It's a bit fuzzy. There's a lot going on here. Many enchantments, weird little things. It's all a bit complex, I hope you understand, and I don't fully understand it myself.
Well, I would hope I'd get to speak with you more about it, perhaps later on.
Of course. Yes. That would be a delight. I'd love to.
Thank you. Have a good night, matron.
I will.
Apologies for bothering you.
You as well.
And his son will take his leave.
Q, roll a quick insight and perception check.
Okay. Insight. Fucking 4. Natural 1. Critical fail.
That's
And
what you love to see.
Perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Much better. 21.
Okay. 2 ends of the spectrum. She's really tired. She's definitely not giving you the cold shoulder. She's being polite, and she's not, like, angry at you or anything, but she's just, like, you're not really sure if she even, like, has answers, really. She's just kind of tired tonight. As for a stellar perception check, so you can see into her house a little bit, and she has a wide variety of things. It's quite a collection of just, like, miscellaneous odds and ends and trinkets and shelves and statuettes and gems and weird little nonsense. And you kind of, like, take a glance around, and she's got, like, her bed and some lights and stuff like that. The bed is untouched. It is super perfectly folded and pristine. And it stands out as being particularly clean and unused among the rest of the clutter.
Mm-hmm. Jesus. Lots of clutter. I guess then Heisan will just say, I do hope you get some sleep tonight, matron. That bed seems like it has not been used in far too long.
I assure you it's just clean. And she kind of thumps her staff on the ground, and it casts prestidigitation to, like, tidy up the bed and a couple other things so it looks particularly clean. It's not particularly convincing, but it's an excuse.
Of course. Have a good night. Stay safe.
Will do.
And Heisan will leave.
Excellent.
And I guess make his way back to the inn, because he's... Well... No.
You can either have party hardy, or you can actually get some rest tonight.
So, like, which one is which, though? Do I go...
Party hardy's caravan.
Yeah. I don't think he wants to party much. He wants to sleep. He's gonna go to Zoran's room.
Yeah. You have a time to rest. And Pejmina and Zaran, you're headed to Tanya's.
Mm-hmm. The real question I need to know: does Hey-san take the bed?
No. Oh no.
It would be just very funny. That's why I had to ask.
No. Oh no. Heisan's not. Well.
Listen, if you take the bed, you take the. Like, there's nothing Zaran can do about it. They have they have a strength of 6. They're not doing anything.
There's a little Kenku named Tala who's interested in giving you some extra, like, blankets and cushions and things.
Oh yeah. Well.
Slumber party.
In that case, yeah. You said Tala?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes. I guess he will just. With that, he was not going to crash on the bed. Then he will fluff up his.
Thinking of this.
Yeah. And
Cute.
he will ask, I guess, as they're working very hard. He'll give them a little tip, I guess, like a little silver.
They're grateful and take it and disappear.
Oh. I was hoping to ask him a question,
Nope,
actually.
gone.
Oh no.
Another one appears.
Oh, hello. I was just meaning to ask your sibling. A sibling?
Which one?
Their name was Tala?
Tala? Oh, I can get Tala. She disappears.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Third triplet appears. Hey!
Hello, Tala?
No, I'm Tafa.
Oh, hello, Tafa. I was looking for Tala.
I can get Tala.
I suppose
Disappears.
You could answer the question. I was...
Long wait.
Dear.
Another Desert Tan Kenku arrives. Hello? Oh, hey! I got that silver.
Hi. Oh, yes, thank you. I was actually meaning to ask you a question. I'm guessing you've served, the matron lately, correct?
She doesn't really stay here.
I suppose not. She seemed alright to you recently.
A little stressed for the festival, but it's usual. That's kind of an every year thing.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much, Tafa?
Tala.
Tala.
Tafa's my sister.
You. Yes, of course. It's my sincerest apologies.
No, it's fine.
Oh no, yes. Enjoy your night. Good work.
All right, see ya. Disappears.
See ya. Oh dear. Oh, this place is gonna be the death of me. He will go up and try to just memorize the 3 names, and is going to, I guess, before write a little letter to his brother, like detailing the events of the night and his little pet theory that the storm's arcane nature somehow interferes with the clairvoyance of the observatory or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Can you go ahead and roll investigation, I think, to try and figure out which one's which?
Okay.
Fail.
Fuck you. It was about to be a 2, but then it went on a 24.
Sick.
Damn.
So it's a natural 20 plus 4?
Yes.
Yeah, so you know all the names, Tala, Lata, and Tafa, and you can figure out the differences. So they're all tan little Kenku. Tala has a red feather band, so each of them has a band of color running down the length of their limbs. Tala has a red band of feathers, Lata has a gray band of feathers, and Tafa has a white band of feathers.
So Tala, Tafa, and who?
Lata.
Right. And Lata has a gray, and what did Tafa have?
White.
Okay.
These differences are typically somewhat obscured by clothing, so they're not always immediately visible. And other than that, the 3 of them, from what you can deduce, are completely identical, to the extent that it's probably intentional.
Oh, Jesus. So yeah. Right. So that's just what Heisan's been doing for tonight.
Excellent.
Nothing else to do.
Zoran and Pashmina.
Yay.
Fabulous.
I think Pashmina notices that you are also headed in that direction and is just like, are you coming to party?
I like to believe that Zoran was completely oblivious at the idea that there was a party.
I mean, you would probably be welcome, of course. I wasn't expecting you to, you know.
I was just going to give a humble, and they kind of like hesitate for the word humble, farewell. And give them a small parting gift for their travel.
That's awfully generous. They do like you, you know. You're very popular with them.
Truly, am I?
Mm-hmm.
That's awfully kind. I had no idea.
They never forget a generous tipper like you.
Ah, I see. Well, I suppose I'm going to be making their even better then.
Pashmina just starts to skip along.
Ron
Having a
follows
good day.
in tow.
Yeah. It's bumping. They're really going ham, especially with, like, drinking in general. There's, like, a little...
Bards and dancers.
Yeah,
Bards and dancers.
they go hard. They've actually, like, kind of adopted a little band of Kenku that are in the thing who are enormously good at singing.
That's really
That's
good.
just a delightful little time. Like, never have you seen people drunk sing so well. It's just a good time all around. And they welcome Pashmina with open arms, and they're like not upset to see Zoran there. They're super like stoked to hang out and sing and dance and drink and celebrate. This was
awesome.
a big payday for them. This was a huge crowd.
Oh boy. I think Zoran wants to locate Tanya specifically.
Yeah. She is around. She's definitely also celebrating, but more reserved because she knows she's got to pack up. She's going to have to direct these chuckle fucks to actually get organized in the morning. So she's keeping an eye on kind of the situation and she knows her limits.
Yeah. I think they will ask to pull Tanya aside just for a brief minute or so.
Yeah. She's all ears. What's up?
Firstly, pleasure to see you again. It's been far too long.
Likewise.
I just wanted to congratulate you on yet another fantastic performance, as always.
Appreciated. It was a big one.
Of course. You will be on the road again tomorrow, correct?
Crack of dawn.
I see. I don't know why I went southern there. Whoa. I just wanted to give you a little something then for your travel. I hope you do not mind. And Zoran will pull out the little chest that they bought earlier.
Oh my god.
And hand it to Tanya.
The whole thing?
It contains 100 exactly.
100 exactly.
Exactly.
Okay. Tanya is dumbfounded. And is just kind of like,
Please, I know. It's a little on the excessive side.
I love that you're
But
presenting this like charity and not like it was stolen goods in the first place.
Look, we're not going to worry about it.
We're not gonna
Shield
worry about it.
real bad on insight.
So good.
Do I have to roll deception?
Real bad on insight.
Do I have to roll deception?
No,
I
so
will.
I also want to
Before
make it clear, like, this is probably in far excess of what was taken at the show.
Funny.
Yes.
And you're, yeah, okay. Just so that you, Caroline the player, understand that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want any... I'm sorry, this is an extraordinary amount of money.
I am well aware. This is just a way to thank you and your troupe. I have seen your performances in Althra a few times now, I'd say. And every time, just as enjoyable as the last. Thank you for bringing culture and stories to the Fèche and, well, the continent at large, I suppose. This is only a small token of my gratitude for all the enjoyments that
Small token.
I ask for nothing in return.
All right. Okay. That's incredibly generous of you. And she takes the chest and just kind of like looks at it for a minute and just like blinks. And it's just like, yeah, okay, all right. And she like closes it, clasps it, kind of tucks it away in one of the caravan wagons. And there's nothing I can... I don't have anything going on.
Oh God.
For that kind of money, you basically just bought the caravan. Like, you just own the Tanya's Traveling Tale-Tellers now.
Okay.
Hey everyone, here's the new proprietor.
Hold on. I'm
Entire
doing a funny
operation.
roll to see how I answer. I'm so glad I crit failed it.
Reasonable.
I don't think he entirely understands what that means.
I'm not sure Tanya does either. She's extremely uncharacteristically off guard in this moment.
I mean, understandable. Someone that they've probably met like maybe 2-3 times personally, just handed them a lot of money.
Like she understands that they have fans, but like not rich ones.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Feel free to join the revelry if you want. We'll be around. Thank you. All right.
Of course. Anytime, surely. And I hope to see you again on this side of the continent.
Yeah. Yeah, you I hope we find each other again.
I'm sure we will. I will leave you to that.
All right.
And I will stick around. If I do not see you, safe travels.
Appreciated. And likewise. Careful. The Phage is a dangerous place.
Thank you.
Tanya kind of goes back to the partying and just like turns and looks at Pejmina, who's been hanging out with Zoran all day. It's just like, that boy's so fucking rich. I don't understand.
I am fine if those two have a conversation about that. I am fine with just pretending that Zoran is talking to one of the professors.
Peshmina doesn't actually know what's fully happened. Like, she hasn't connected the dots. The money that Zoran found was related.
Don't worry about it.
So,
don't worry about it.
So, like, Tanya says this and is just like, yeah? what? And then looks out. Like, what did you just do? I know you said you had something. Looks back at Tanya.
I'll tell you about it later, alright, Pashi?
She just shrugs and goes back to drinking and dancing and singing. I like to think she in the revelry she uses like disguised self to make herself look like Loka, but like a strong, like a really like uber buff version of Loka.
That's very good.
Oh my god, I would love to see that.
Duran's on the floor. I imagine they've had a few drinks now because it's been a good night. It's been a good night.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Excellent. And I think as the revelry stretches on into the night, that would be a good place to call that a close for this session.
Fabulous.
Awesome. That was super fun, everyone. I'm very happy. All right, going around left to right in order of most human to least human. I don't know how that works. Pejmina, stars and wishes.
Stars. We're playing D&D again. Yay. I like this game. I like playing this game with y'all. This is good. I feel like I had first session jitters a little bit, but now I feel good. I feel good about this group of people, actually. So that's good. Wishes. I feel like we've done a good job of getting set up, so now it's time for maybe some snooping, some mystery, some mischief, some combat, some, you know, like
gameplay.
We've had a good long session of getting to know each other, so now we can do some things.
Hell yeah. I'm just gonna go left to right. Caroline, stars and wishes.
Stars. I got to roll on the funny table.
This is true.
It is such a fun table.
I
so
cannot
excited.
believe you rolled that specific entry on the funny table the first time.
Session fucking 1.
This will be interesting.
Goddamn odds.
This will be interesting.
I want everyone to know I immediately put a comment on the post that I'm going to be posting. It has, don't worry, it's no spoilers. Text or voice. Like, I'm like, all right, here we go. We love to see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I like the funny table. It's funny. I cannot wait for everything to go horribly wrong when I eventually roll. Which one was it? Which one was it specifically?
81.
Oh god, where is
99 to 100, where it just says, if you roll this result, tell Cole.
Yeah. Personally, I like 19 and 20.
19 and 20? That's a fun one, yeah.
19 and 20. That one, can I just say that one? Because that's just a fun
Yeah, sure.
19 and 20, if I hit it, it's, I cast Fireball at level targeting myself.
You have 18 hit points currently.
And we all have 18 except for Loka.
Yes, which is very funny.
5th level, by the way.
Holy shit.
So, party wipe, let's go.
Jesus.
I have a really fun table, and I'm so excited to get to use it. I'm gonna be honest, like, I keep rolling the percentiles to, like, figure out what I would get, just, like, by chance. Like, this one, 21, not as interesting, but still good. Wishes. I guess my first wish is a question?
I have dubious answers.
It was implied that the golden scarab was lost in Althra.
Do some more information gathering.
Okay.
But you could easily, logically deduce that that posting was made by the Guildcutters Society before leaving for Althra.
That's what or before leaving
from Althra, for Mirage, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, obviously, yeah, more info needed, but Wish, I guess that. Wish, I'm excited to see where this group of characters goes. I like this party dynamic already because it's already so different than, like, say, the Kyla campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm excited to. I'm really excited to play this character. I'm gonna be honest.
Hell yeah!
I'm excited to see everyone else play their characters.
Yes.
All right, DM. Stars.
Me, Stars. You rolling that number on that table on the first try? That is completely bonkers.
It's literally like a 1 in 100. No, not 1 in 100.
And you are in potentially the worst location for the second worst location for that, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So that's great.
That's so bad. I want to know what.
I cannot tell you.
Hopefully there will be consequences.
Oh my god.
So that one's great. I really enjoyed. I fucking love Dungeons and Dragons, y'all. It's a good game. I think even more than like Dungeons and Dragons the game, I just love fantasy as a setting, especially as a GM, because I get to have so much fucking fun.
It's
just
fun.
Describing stuff and creating weird. I get to use magic in interesting ways. There's odd creatures and spells about, and that makes me happy. Wishes that it wasn't so long until our next session, and that we could play in person. But those are not things that can happen right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that said, I'm wishing for them because I'm manifesting them in the future.
Yes.
Putting out those vibes.
Yeah. Fucking get your boosters, alright?
I got mine. You good?
Likewise.
Nice.
But yeah. So there's that. Yeah, it's the stereotypical wish for first session is I want to play more. I want to play more. I'm excited to write more. All right, Matt, stars and wishes.
Yeah, stars. I mean, there's a lot this session. What do I want to say? So, first star is Loka's a lot of fun.
Loka's so good.
Very strong.
I'm really enjoying playing him so far. Another star is I agree with whoever said it. I already forgot who said it, but character dynamic.
That was very good. Very strong.
Yeah, those are coming together in really fun ways, and I was enjoying that. Wishes. Well, actually, other star, just not even myself, but like once again, from like what did we just get done with? Vampire? Yeah. Like the end of Vampire, it just felt like everything that happened that session was really like good and really fun. And I don't think that was necessarily the same way this session, but a lot of it was really good and really fun. There was definitely like some downtime. I think we're still getting over like the who are these characters and what do they do, you know? And I think that ties into my wish. I need to know what Loka is doing here, because the inciting incident has yet to happen for him, if you will. Like, yes, he is at the place where we were all supposed to meet, and that has happened. But now, why is he staying? you know. And I think
invested.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I need for Loka. Oh, another star. Or maybe star and wish. I like this like side quest stuff. Because it, at least for this session, it like gave me some direction of like, what can I do? You know? So yeah, I don't know. That's about it for me.
Awesome. Eli. Stars and wishes.
Stores. I am very happy I'm getting to play. I am very happy I'm getting to play Hisan and play this again. It's interesting playing this kind of character because again, I don't usually play any sort of talky character. At least no, or at least not one with a lot of lore. I'm happy that I'm getting to play in this continent specifically because I like it and I like writing for it and I'm really happy. Thank you, Cole.
You're welcome.
Yes. I am.
You made it so I didn't have to fabricate an entire continent. It's great.
I love Loka. And I'm very...
Loka good. Puppy good.
Puppy.
Loka good. Puppy is also very, very good.
I need to make a little tiny puppy sprite.
I can only hope that...
Loka.
I guess it also ties in my wish that I hope to be able to match Loka's chaos in some way, shape, or form. Because it's one of the things I really want to see. I really want to see the group dynamics develop. And one of the things I want to see is how Loka is to be able to be... I'm hoping to be able to play off of Loka a bit more than I did. I found it very hard to. And you said that was deliberate. Because Loka is ball of chaos and...
It's very strong, though.
Is very, very, very strong. I'm hoping to learn more about Taeson, and I hope I can develop him a little bit more. There are I guess another star. Sorry, I'm going in non-sequential order here. I am very interested to learn the mysteries of all the other players and all... Oh, that's a wish. I am very interested to learn the mysteries of all the other players and all the NPCs, because there's a lot of cool little magical stuff going on in the background, and I'm very interested to learn more about all of it. I like the little mysteries. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, the setting is already really cool.
Oh yeah.
I am interested to see I am interested, as Matt said, to see some sort of inciting incident for Loka or just for everything in general. Something big to happen. But of course that could be far out. For now. I excite. Also, Hannah, thank you for the art. This is...
Yeah!
Oh yeah, also Star in
so
general is
great.
like, these portraits rule. I actually think Tailspire as a backdrop was really nice.
Oh yeah.
Getting to like shift around locations and change the day-night stuff, like just even having just a different non-static background was neat. I liked that.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
It gives me something to play around with too, which is something. It's almost like a digital fiddle.
It's a very nice. It's very nice for setting a scene, even if we don't need to use the tool specifically for everything else, for exploration or not. It's good for setting a scene.
Good.
Also, I'm glad everyone likes their portraits.
It's
I'm
very
trying to ignore all of the little mistakes that I can now see.
I don't see any of them.
There you go. Well, then I won't worry about it.
I'm really proud of this little town that I made out of all these little
very
blocks.
good.
Very
cute. I honestly would love to come back to this town too.
I mean, yeah, it's on the map for a reason.
Yeah, like this is a good like midway point in the Feyshag, and I like it a lot.
And you've still got stuff in the town to explore too.
Yeah, we still
been
have
to the
that
Alchemists.
Minotaur dude to buy things from.
Yeah, you can buy stuff from the Weird Angry Minotaur that definitely isn't there just because I had the mini available.
That's so good.
Sometimes it works like that, you know?
Honestly?
And that's okay.
Sometimes you just go, who needs to sell these weapons? I know. Big Minotaur man.
Big Minotaur doing big promos.
Chest full of axes.
I love that.
I like placing all the little lanterns around. It's lots of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's Legos. It's D&D Legos, and I'm into it.
It really is.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit the recording button.